The Senate will come to order. The chaplain will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Lord, we come to you today full of gratefulness. We thank you for the staff who work in this chamber, for the Capitol Police who keep us safe, for the pages who are eager to help, and for the doorkeepers who love this institution. May we not take for granted the craftsmen and women who are building the inaugural platform, for the food service workers and the appointment desk employees, and the staff at Capitol facilities. Most of all, we praise you for the life of Chaplain Black. We pray for him and his continued recovery, and for Dr. Monahan and the attending physician's office, who cared for him so well. We are all members of your body with different gifts and roles. As we work, please remind us that it is better to serve than to be served. We pray in your strong name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. The clerk will report the pending business.
House message to accompany H.R. 5009, an act to authorize wildlife habitat and conservation programs and further purposes.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, negotiations continue between both parties on a temporary extension of government funding. There continues to be good progress, but appropriators are still working on finalizing an agreement. Obviously, we're getting closer to the December 20th deadline, so time is of the essence for Republicans to reach an agreement with us that we can act on quickly. Democrats will continue working in good faith with our Republican counterparts on a strong CR that will prevent a shutdown while also delivering critical disaster relief for the American people. On the NDAA, last night the Senate voted to advance the NDAA by a strong margin of 83 to 12. The NDAA is now on a glide path to final passage. Everyone knows this NDAA is not perfect, but it still takes a strong stand against the Chinese Communist Party. These are things that I've pushed very hard for. It boosts the use of AI for our national defense, another thing I care a lot about, and expands tech innovation programs for communities across the country, a third thing that is very, very important and good. It has many good things Democrats fought hard for. I'm gratified it has all these: the Chinese Communist Party, the use of AI for national defense, and expanding tech innovation. Of course, it has some bad provisions that we Democrats would not have added, and other provisions that we would want left out entirely. I'm particularly glad that this year's NDAA expands the Tech Hub program I created with Senators Young, Cantwell, and others in the Bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act. These funds will transform communities in upstate New York, the Midwest, and across the country into the next epicenters of innovation. It also includes bipartisan measures on AI to expand our AI infrastructure and strengthen America's edge against the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, in this critical technology, so important to our national security and to the U.S.'s technological leadership. I thank my colleagues for both sides for their good work on the NDAA, especially Chairman Reid and Ranking Member Wicker. We hope to send the NDAA on the way to the President's desk as soon as possible. On drones, this afternoon I will come to the Senate floor to stand with Senator Peters to pass legislation I've co-sponsored to respond to the recent reports of unusual drone activity. The FBI, DHS, and DOD, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security, and Department of Defense support this bill. Our legislation will explicitly authorize state and local authorities to conduct drone detection and help them better coordinate with federal law enforcement. With the multiplicity of drone sightings and so many drones in the area, many harmless for recreational use, but many that there are still many questions about, federal authorities agree that they can't respond to these incidents alone, and they need help from local authorities. But unfortunately, the local authorities do not have the authority right now. It's only in the domain of the federal government. For all we know, the recent drone incidents are for the most part, or maybe all part, benign. But even so, in some cases they can be disruptive, like when they impact airport operations or approach bases. And people are understandably anxious about seeing things in the night sky without clear answers to what is going on. The people in New York and New Jersey have a lot of questions, still haven't gotten answers from the feds. The worst part is that right now, local officials have very little in terms of resources and oversight authority to do anything about these incidents. So this afternoon, I will join Senator Peters to try and fix that, and I thank my friend from Michigan for his good work on this bill. Finally, Mr. President, on Senator Brown's retirement. This afternoon, a beloved colleague of ours will deliver his farewell address, my dear friend, Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio. If there's one statement that captures Sherrod Brown best, it is this: workers look at Sherrod and say, he is one of us. Workers look at Sherrod and say, he is one of us. Now, elected office wasn't part of the Brown family tradition, but fighting for justice certainly was. Sherrod says, and he said it many times, I've seen that smile on his face when he says it, he says he inherited his activist bent from his mother, a Georgia native who marched on the front lines of the early civil rights movement. Sherrod's mom taught him and his brother Charlie, who I went to law school with, I knew Charlie before I knew Sherrod, the power of political activism and the moral duty we all have to serve our neighbors. Sherrod got the message early. His first taste of politics came in high school when he was elected president of the student council. Right away, he became a proud thorn in the side of the principal, organizing anti-Vietnam War protests and pushing for racial equality in the educational system. During his senior year in college, Sherrod was recruited to run for state rep. Admittedly, his parents weren't thrilled about his decision. In fact, his dad told him, with a little tough love, "I will not be voting for you. You are too young." Do you think Sherrod listened? Would anyone who knows Sherrod today think he listened? Of course not. He didn't listen. He won in a stunning upset, also typical of Sherrod. So at 21, he became a state rep. During those years, he would spend his Fridays not at home, but at the local Union Hall in Mansfield, Ohio, United Steelworkers 169. He did nothing but listen. He listened to the workers who dropped by before their shift. He'd listen to them talk about their jobs, their families, their kids, about the union. They'd keep up with the latest news. They'd keep him abreast of the latest news about strikes and reminisce about heroes in the labor movement. They'd talk literature together, The Grapes of Wrath, Joe Hill, that depicted the struggle of American workers and the relentless drive to achieve the American dream. Those Fridays at the Union reshaped Sherrod's worldview forever. They taught Sherrod one of the great truths about America. Our country was built up from the middle class, and the middle class was built by unions and union workers. My family knows the same thing. Everything Sherrod did in politics from then onward was in service to this truth. So when he came to Congress many years later, it's no surprise that one of his very first votes was opposing NAFTA, fearful of the devastating consequence it would have for Ohioans. Decades later, he has brought back jobs to Ohio, helping break ground on some of the largest manufacturing projects in the state's history through the CHIPS and Science Act. And we made sure, Sherrod and I and some others together, that it will be done through union labor. I insisted on that in the CHIPS and Science Act, and Sherrod was in my ear making sure that happened all the time. Years before we passed the ACA, Sherrod was also one of the leading proponents for health care reform and expanding access. He famously refused to get health insurance on his own as a congressman and senator until the day we passed the ACA. On infrastructure, Sherrod was the relentless force behind the Buy America provisions in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, ensuring that America's roads and bridges and highways were built from American-made steel and iron and concrete. On pension reform, this is something we so much cared about. Sherrod was the author and champion of the Butch-Lewis Act, putting money back in the pockets of retirees who faced the unthinkable prospect of seeing the benefits dry up. And it was so typical of Sherrod. It wasn't an abstract idea for him. He knew the Lewis family, and they came here and lobbied. It was all about people, and then working out from people how you could make their lives better and America better. The record goes on. Sherrod's a leader for Wall Street reform, saving U.S. auto jobs, lowering prescription drug prices, protecting the right to organize at work, investing in apprenticeship programs, expanding the child tax credit, protecting workers on the job, and so much more. It's amazing. Amazing what he did. He was here 18 years, and amazing what he accomplished for working people. It's a record that anyone would be very, very proud of, and we are also proud of Sherrod's record. The common theme to all this is a phrase Sherrod has embraced in his entire life, the dignity of work. It's something he repeats again and again. He's even named his bus tours on it. And he also talks about the canary in the coal mine, that when there's some bad signs coming from certain places about working people, we better all listen, because it's the canary in the coal mine. I think he wore a canary in the coal mine on his blazer every so often. Finally, let me end at the beginning with a quick and humorous moment from Sherrod's youth. As a high school senior, Sherrod one day got together with his friends Paul and John to organize a rally in Mansfield to honor the very first Earth Day in 1970. This is what he did. He organized rallies. Some people went to ball games. Some people watched TV. Some people went out to restaurants. Sherrod organized rallies. They expected a good turnout at this rally, but they didn't expect 1,000 people to descend on downtown Mansfield, which wasn't that big a city. As Sherrod described it, we did this really cool march, and we had really big crowds. But when we got down to the square, and none of us had thought about what you do when you get down there. We didn't have any speakers, and so we said, oh, shoot, and we just disbanded. Now, he wouldn't do, only in Sherrod's account, he didn't use the word shoot. Isn't that a vintage Sherrod story? And he never made that mistake again. He was the speaker at so many of the rallies. You know, I knew he'd be a great senator. And when at first he decided not to run, he was a House member in 2006. I spent a lot of time in the House gym, and we spent time on the bikes next to each other, panting and sweating, but also my convincing him that with his great talent and his great passion for workers, he was so needed in the Senate. I'm so glad he decided to run because he has done so much and left such an amazing imprint on this body. So, the story Sherrod accounts for with his rally in Mansfield has always been who he has been: direct, unflinching, passionate. A man who is warm and welcoming down to his very core, yet rough around the edges in just the right way. A man who will shun a tailor Italian-made suit in favor of the Cleveland shop just a few miles from his home. A man who can penetrate the dense language of public policy, but will always prefer to ponder a line from the scripture, from Tolstoy, Martin Luther King, or a worker from who he heard something. A man with a gifted mind, and he has such a gifted mind, but this is a true compliment, an even more gifted heart. Thank you, Sherrod, for everything. We wish you, Connie, and your entire family our very best. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
For many years running, a familiar morning ritual has played out just a few steps from my desk here in the Capitol. The lamp turns on, illuminating a shelf where an embroidered pillow reads, "Not my circus, not my monkeys." Invariably, a cold Diet Coke is cracked open, perhaps a moment of reflection on Peggy Noonan's timeless observation that the constant possibility of quiet revenge keeps one peppy. Then my Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, Seb Muckle, opens her office for business. Seb works at a busy crossroads. Just about everything time-sensitive, confidential, or otherwise important that's headed in my way stops at her desk first, and that's by design. There's no one else who could spend and accumulate institutional capital in my name with Steph's confidence. No one else who commands such a comprehensive awareness of my interests and priorities. No one else who embraces other duties as assigned with her unwavering devotion. Now, this might sound like the sort of high praise any one of our colleagues would hope to give to a close advisor of 2 decades. I'm sure it's what each of them would want to say about a bright, instinctive, effusively patriotic staffer who finished college a year and a half early and poured herself into public service at the highest level. I don't doubt that each of our colleagues is fortunate to enjoy the fierce loyalty of their staff, but I'm quite certain I'm the only one in the Senate who's been blessed by the fierce loyalty of staff. There's no portfolio, or more accurately, no collection of portfolios anywhere in Washington quite like the one I've handed to Steph. And that makes sense, because there's no one else who could handle it quite like her. Around my office, the bench in Steph's office is where colleagues come for guidance and gut checks. Across the entire Senate, any number of people can think of times when it was Steph's wisdom, discretion, candor, loyalty, diplomacy, tact, or political savvy that made all the difference. I can think of hundreds. No one else sees the whole board, from policy objectives to political considerations to protocol sensitivities to personal circumstances, like Steph does. That may have something to do with the fact that she's seen my Senate office operations from just about every vantage point over the years. For Steph, there's been no task too small, no job that wasn't worth doing right. And as it turns out, this approach has been contagious. Steph's role so often demands uncompromising efficiency and the utmost discretion. And yet she still seems to seize every opportunity to bring the MAC team closer together as family. Of course, Steph's other duties as assigned include covering much larger groups than the professionals I'm proud to call my staff. In every corner of the building, her name is synonymous with mastery of the ceremonial protocols that transform the Capitol into a national stage. This is the place where America inaugurates our presidents, bids farewell to fallen heroes, and bestows our highest honors. And very little of it takes place without Steph's knowledge, input, orchestration, or blessing. When you think about it, this diplomatic grace and eye for detail makes sense, coming from someone who probably hasn't missed a British royal wedding or an Olympic opening ceremony in her entire life. Don't worry, Steph cheers for Team USA, loud and proud. But I'd be remiss in talking about grace without mentioning the ways she's shown it in the face of the most demanding challenges we've seen together. When the pandemic arrived, Steph's ability to balance sensitive considerations and competing interests was invaluable, not just to me, but to the entire Senate. Her approach to big, thorny questions about protecting senators and staff while upholding our duties helped us make the right calls, when there were any number of ways to make the wrong ones. In truly uncharted territory, Steph's poise was decisive. As leaders across the institution faced a blank page and a daunting once-in-a-century task, she took action. Not because it would be easy, but because it had to be done. For years, this has been something of a theme. It had to be done, had to be Steph. Had to be airtight and discreet, had to be Steph. Had to navigate political and personal sensitivities just right, had to be Steph. In this job, it's important to have a few people around you who really do know every aspect of your life, who you can trust without question, who will guard your confidences, and who will give you honest feedback. I'm tremendously fortunate and proud of the countless ways Steph rises to these responsibilities over and over again. But I'm hardly the only one who gets to take pride in what Steph has accomplished. I share that distinction with the family who makes Steph who she is today, with her parents, Gary and Diane, her sisters, Abby and Leslie, and with the ones she rushes home to when the immense demands of the Senate grant a brief respite, her husband, Scott, and their beloved daughter, Lily. I'm not sure my words here can ever begin to capture the significance of the first and last person I speak to every day, but there's perhaps no better illustration of Steph's love for our country and for the Senate than her sacrifice of times with the ones she loves the most. So, Steph, I'm so grateful to you for everything you've done, both for the Senate and for me.
Mr. President,
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask
No,
unanimous
we're not.
We're not. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, my office recently released the 2025 Senate calendar, and as everyone now knows, our schedule next year will be aggressive. Friday votes will be the norm, and we're not going to be having much in the way of recess in the first 100 days. That's because we have a lot of work to do, and we're not going to get it done on the kind of abbreviated schedule that we've had in 2024. One of our first priorities, of course, will be confirming President Trump's nominees. The American people handed President Trump and Vice President-elect Vance a decisive mandate in November. And we're going to honor that mandate by making sure that President Trump has the people he needs in place as soon as possible, starting with the heads of the cabinet departments. Democrats can certainly make the schedule a little less painful if they accord the president some of the deference Republicans accorded to cabinet nominees under President Obama. But one way or another, we are going to get the job done. And if that means some nights and weekends, so be it. Our other early priority, and another reason why the schedule will be particularly aggressive in the first 100 days, is passing a reconciliation package with a once-in-a-generation investment in border security and immigration enforcement. The border and enforcement crisis under President Biden has left a gaping hole in our national security and undermined respect for the rule of law. And that ends in January. Enforcing the law and protecting the integrity of our borders will become administration policy on day one, and the Senate will move quickly to back up the President's efforts. The package we'll be taking up will, among other things, include substantial resources to increase the number of immigration and customs enforcement officers and Border Patrol agents, increase detention space, and provide the barriers and technology we need to fully secure the border. We'll also focus on other key national security priorities, like addressing our lagging military readiness. Other priorities for the first 100 days include kicking off our efforts to use the Congressional Review Act to undo some of the Biden administration regulations that are weighing down our economy. And of course, continuing work on our reconciliation package to expand the tax relief Republicans delivered for Americans during the first Trump administration. I mentioned our national security priorities, Mr. President, and let me just say that national security is going to be a priority for Republicans throughout the year. We are finally now considering the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025 here in the Senate this week, almost 3 months into the new fiscal year. Under Republican leadership, the NDAA will not be put on the back burner. I'm also committed to ensuring that we return to regular order consideration of appropriations bills. I will devote extensive time to floor consideration of appropriations bills when they are ready to avoid an end-of-the-year pileup and problematic continuing resolutions, something with which right now we are very familiar. Deciding how taxpayer monies is spent is a serious responsibility, and it deserves serious floor time. Members should plan to take a lot of amendment votes during this process and throughout the year. That will mean taking tough votes at times, but that, folks, is what we were sent here to do. Finally, Mr. President, members should expect to take up a farm bill in 2025. We're now more than a year overdue on the next bill, and farmers and ranchers in my state and around the country are waiting for Washington to update farm programs to reflect current agriculture needs. And I'm committed to bringing a bill to the floor in the coming year. Mr. President, there are no two ways about it. 2025 will be intense, but we have a real opportunity here to deliver for the American people on continued tax relief, on border security, and on national security and beyond. And, Mr. President, we are going to seize the day. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I rise today in opposition.
We're in a quorum call.
Oh, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of the National Defense Authorization Act, a position I do not take lightly. I have supported the final passage of each NDAA that has come before me in the Senate up until now. For my tenure in this body and well before me, there has been a productive bipartisan tradition when it comes to this bill that authorizes funding for our military, supporting those in uniform, and keeping our country safe. Most years we come together on a very quintessential country over party deal, one that I would argue is all too uncommon, but still this was an important annual ritual that carried serious consequences. This is not to say that we do not have our differences. Of course we do. But we know our commitment is bigger than those differences. This year, that commitment to our service members, to the people we all represent, and to our security and safety was broken. It has been broken because some Republicans decided that getting the rights of our service members to score cheap political points was more worthy. Let's be clear. We're talking about parents who are serving our country in uniform, having the right to consult with their family's doctor and get the health care they want and need for their transgender children. That's it. They want the right to get whatever health care is best for their child, something I imagine all parents want. And the health care we are talking about here can sometimes be life-saving. Some folks estimate that this will impact between 6,000 and 7,000 families in the military. I, for one, trust these service members and their families to make their own decisions about health care without politicians butting in. It's flat out wrong to put this provision in this bill and take away a service member's freedom to make that decision for their families. Look, this problem has a solution, a simple one at that. My amendment would strike this provision that guts our service members' rights. And I was glad to have 20 colleagues join me in supporting it. And we should pass it. It's unfortunate that some of our colleagues decided to force this harmful provision in this National Defense Authorization Act, because otherwise I would have been proud to support it. This bill has some great things for our service members and my home state of Wisconsin, and measures that I have long pushed for. This bill invests in our most valuable asset, our people, and I'm thrilled to see that we are giving our junior enlisted troops a well-deserved pay raise, more than 14%, and boosting pay for all others by nearly 5%. This legislation invests in the health and well-being of our troops and their families, eliminating co-pays for contraception for our troops and their families on TRICARE, making telemental health care services available regardless of where the patient is, and so much more. A long-standing priority of mine in this bill and beyond is ensuring that when we use taxpayer dollars, we are supporting American companies and American workers and the American economy. And when it comes to our national defense, this notion is essential for our safety and security. And that's why I'm glad to see steps forward in supporting the Made in America economy. The NDAA puts strategies in place to make sure that we are sourcing things domestically, from high-tech batteries to Navy warships. These suppliers are not only providing the highest quality products, but also creating and supporting good-paying jobs across the country. And Wisconsin is home to many of them. Whether it be the iconic companies like Fairbanks Morse or Oshkosh Defense, or the military installations like Fort McCoy, Wisconsin is crucial in our country's defense. And I'm excited to see that this bill recognizes our contribution, making sound investments in the Wisconsin Rapids Army National Guard Readiness Center to support the training our troops need to stay ahead of tomorrow's threats. And despite all of the common ground that we found and all of the smart investments that we're making in our troops, their families, and our securities, some folks poisoned this bill and turned their backs on those in service and the people that we represent. This bill should embody the best of us as elected officials, coming together without partisan agendas to keep our country safe and support those in uniform. Sadly, that's not what happened. And in turn, if we pass this bill as is, we're going to rip away the rights of our service members to get the health care they want for themselves and their children. It's wrong, and I encourage my colleagues to vote no. I am delighted this morning to be joined by colleagues who share these concerns and would yield to Senator Kim for his remarks.
Mr. President.
From New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to join my colleagues to call for Section 708 of the NDAA to be removed from the final bill. As you know, I am new to the United States Senate. I come to the floor today with great humility, but also great urgency. Because while I am new to the United States Senate, I have had the honor of serving the past 6 years as a member of the United States House of Representatives, just on the other side of this building. And during my time as a member of the House, one of the things I have been most proud to work on are issues involving our military service members and their families. As a House member, I represented Joint Base McGuire-Dix-Lakehurst, the only tri-service joint base in the country. Because of that, I represented tens of thousands of military families who signed up to serve our country. When you talk to military families, the last thing you want to hear about is politics. In fact, the last thing they want to talk about is politics. Military families often struggle with sufficient housing or putting food on the table. They face inadequacies in health care. Military spouses often face barriers to finding work. While it is only the service member who swears the oath, it is the whole family that serves. I come to the floor with great urgency because Speaker Johnson sought to politicize this important National Defense Authorization Act by inserting a dangerous provision after the Armed Services Committees in both the House and the Senate came to bipartisan agreement. This kind of action undermines trust in negotiations and sets a dangerous precedent for what is widely considered the last true space of traditional bipartisan legislation. Let's be clear. Section 708 would harm those who serve by denying health care for military families. By banning TRICARE from covering gender-affirming care for minors, we are standing in the way of military families and the health care their doctors have prescribed. We are putting politics into a bill where it simply does not belong. We are sending a signal to our military families that if your loved ones are transgender, we don't have their backs or theirs. And for the former ranking member, as the former ranking member of the Military Personnel Subcommittee on the House Armed Services Committee, there's a lot about this National Defense Authorization Act to support. Our junior enlisted service members will receive a 14.5% pay raise, and all others will receive a 4.5% pay raise. Our service members will have greater access to meal support so they can address hunger in our ranks. They'll have additional funding to improve military construction of housing so they'll have better roofs over their heads. And we've made real progress in improving access to health care. These are all wins we should be proud of. They are bipartisan. They build our stronger national defense. That is all the more reason to strip this harmful provision, Section 708, from the bill. We shouldn't play politics with our national security. We shouldn't target transgender youth and further spread fear into a community that has seen so much hate directed towards it. We should pass an NDAA that supports our service members and their families, all of them, without politics or prejudice. I hope my colleagues join me to that end. Thank you.
Macy, are you ready?
President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I rise today to acknowledge the work we have done on a bipartisan basis to draft this year's National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA. At more than 1,800 pages, this bill contains wins for our country, our military, and our service members. It provides a raise to all service members with an even bigger raise for junior enlisted troops. It invests billions in needed military infrastructure in Hawaii and throughout the Indo-Pacific region, investments that are critical as we work to counter China's influence and support our allies and partners in the region. And I'm proud that it contains a provision I fought for to create a new major mishaps classifications to ensure better oversight and accountability of major incidents like the 2021 fuel spills at the Red Hill Fuel Storage Facility on Oahu, which impacted over 93,000 people. All of these provisions and many more will support our military, our service members, and their families. In fact, our priority should be supporting the men and women of our armed forces and their families. And that includes making sure they have access to quality health care. But instead of focusing on the things that matter, such as health care, Republicans demanded the inclusion of a provision prohibiting TRICARE from covering gender-affirming care for minors. Despite efforts to stop this provision, to strip this provision from this bill during conference, it's in there. By many estimates, there are thousands of transgender children of service members who are currently receiving gender-affirming care from TRICARE. Under this bill, those children would not be able to access the health care they need despite their parents approving the care. We know what happens when transgender and non-binary children are refused gender-affirming care. According to the Journal of Adolescent Health, rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide all increase. There is no question that this provision will cause concern for service members worrying about their children not getting the health care that they need. And of course, this will cause trauma to the service members, their children, the entire family. We didn't have to do this, Mr. President. We didn't have to impose this cruelty on our service members and their families. I thank Senator Baldwin for introducing an amendment to stop this unnecessary, cruel provision, to strip this provision from this bill, an amendment I and others are proud to co-sponsor. We know that this fight is not over. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, so much. And I want to thank Senator Baldwin for her leadership on this issue, for helping us to focus upon this threat to the rights of Americans that is being propounded in this defense bill. I want to thank Senator Merkley. I want to thank everyone who is joining with Senator Baldwin on this fight, because today we are considering the National Defense Authorization Act. And embedded within its language would be a ban on TRICARE coverage of gender-affirming care for children of service members in our country. If passed into law, it would be the first anti-LGBTQ law passed by Congress in decades. Since the 1990s, there's been no anti-LGBTQ law which has passed. And if passed into law, it would force thousands of members of the military to decide between service to their country and guaranteeing their child can get the health care which they need. This language is the product of a nationwide campaign against trans rights, a campaign that has facilitated harassment of teachers, bomb threats to children's hospitals, and attacks on transgender people. And this is the same campaign that drives legislators from state capitals to Capitol Hill to insist on dictating Americans' health care decisions. We have seen this playbook before. For decades, Republicans attacked the right to abortion. They slowly chipped away, state by state, law by law, and today there is no constitutional right to abortion. And now they've turned their attention to service members' families. We must fight off efforts by politicians to force themselves into exam rooms. They think they know better than trained healthcare providers and patients. They do not. The only expertise they are exhibiting is an expertise in oppression, suppression, and repression of healthcare freedom, and their attacks will not stop there. Freedom isn't lost all at once. It happens 1 inch at a time. And as the Senate author of the Trans Bill of Rights, this is an inch that I insist that we cannot give. At its best, this institution has affirmed the rights of every American. On this floor, we have expanded access to health care, guaranteed American civil rights, and protected same-sex marriage. And today, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to fight discriminatory attacks on service members, their families, and their health care providers. We must strike this language, and if we do not, we must vote no on the entire bill. To every trans member, every service member, and their families, friends, and communities, I will not turn my back on you. I am with you. And together, we will keep fighting. So again, I thank Senator Baldwin for her leadership on this issue. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
I want to thank my colleagues, Senator Kim, Senator Hirono, Senator Markey, for participating in this debate today and for standing firm. As I said earlier, historically, the NDAA has embodied the idea that there is more that brings us together than separates us, that our service members in national defense are not to be politicized, that we put our country over party when the chips are on the table. Unfortunately, this year, that was ignored, all to gut the rights of our service members to get the health care that they need for their children. With that, I encourage a no vote on the NDAA, and I yield back.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it seems hard to imagine that it was 23 years ago when 3,000 Americans were killed in a terrorist attack in New York City and here in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. The families of those who lost loved ones that day have been seeking access to justice, just like any other victim could and should be able to here in the United States. To that end, we introduced the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act, or JASTA, which was a monumental step to allowing those families who lost loved ones to achieve long overdue closure in a court of law. It did not put our thumb on the scale. It didn't say they were entitled to anything. It said they were entitled to present their arguments and the facts to a court of law, just like any other American citizen should be able to do so here in our country. These terrorist attacks on 9/11 were a tragedy for our entire nation, but for some, that day was a personal tragedy as well. Men and women who lost loved ones during the terrorist attacks deserve to have their day in court. Thanks to JASTA, as it's called, the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act, that is now possible. This legislation, the Ensuring Justice to Victims of Terrorism Act, provides important updates and technical edits to the original bill. To show you the sort of bipartisan support that this carve-out in foreign sovereign immunity law received, it passed 97-1 back when it originally passed, and it passed over a presidential veto by President Obama. The bill before us today does not expand JASTA's original scope as intended by Congress, but it does correct certain judicial misinterpretations that fly in the face of the clear text and the history of this legislation. When President Obama vetoed JASTA, leading to the only veto override during his presidency, he listed a parade of harmful potential foreign policy outcomes to justify his refusal to stand up for American victims of terrorism. None of these predicted negative outcomes have come to pass, and JASTA has been the law of the land for nearly a decade. These technical corrections will not change that fact. It will ensure that the families of the victims of these tragic attacks on 9/11 receive the justice they deserve, and I hope it will advance out of the Senate today. To that end, Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S. 2082, and notwithstanding Rule 20, that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table.
Is there an objection? Senator from Arkansas.
Reserving the right to object, I first would like to begin by joining my colleague from Texas in mourning the loss of the nearly 3,000 innocent Americans who died in the September 11th attacks. We must never, and we will never, forget them. I also want to extend my prayers to the families who lost loved ones that day and who bear the weight of their loss in their hearts every single day. However, I must object to this bill today because it hasn't yet received the careful consideration and deliberation that the subject warrants. First, and contrary to some suggestions, the bill would enact more than mere technical corrections to earlier legislation. Rather, the bill's provisions would significantly change how a highly technical area of U.S. law is interpreted. But the Judiciary Committee hasn't held a hearing or a vote on this bill. Not the fault of the senator from Texas, to be sure, but a fact nonetheless. I also question whether the Foreign Relations Committee should evaluate the bill as well, given its consequences for our foreign policy. Second, and speaking of foreign policy, the bill could have far-reaching and consequential implications for our policy in the Middle East. Thanks to Israel's artful diplomacy and incredible military, Iran's so-called axis of resistance lies in rubble in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria, with Iran itself therefore exposed on its flanks for the first time in a generation. I would suggest at this highly promising yet highly sensitive moment that all our efforts should be focused on uniting our friends and our allies in the region to put an end, once and for all, to the threat of a nuclear-armed terrorist sponsoring Iran. Finally, this bill could have the unintended but unwelcome result of further delaying resolution and recovery for the 9/11 litigants' cases. The courts will likely need to reopen and relitigate past decisions based on the changed law, while a disproportionate amount of any future recovery could go primarily to insurance companies and lawyers instead of the families of the victims, if any recovery comes at all. For these reasons, I must object today, while suggesting that the new Congress revisit the matter with the hearings, regular order, and full consideration that the subject deserves. I yield the floor.
Objection is heard.
President,
Senator from Nebraska.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of Resolution 928, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 928, honoring the life of Nebraska community leader John Edmund Gottschalk.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, may I proceed?
Proceed.
Mr. President, I rise today to honor a great Nebraskan and a great American, John Edmund Gottschalk. John Gottschalk was born in Omaha in 1943 and grew up in a small town in Nebraska called Rushville. He was a Boy Scout, and he went on to attend the University of Nebraska, majoring in political science and journalism. His father started the Sheridan County Star, and John worked there as well, really getting his break into journalism, the newspaper business. In 1972, John bought the Sydney Telegraph in Sydney, Nebraska, and became mayor of the town of Sydney. And then in 1975, he joined the Omaha World Herald as an assistant to the president. He eventually worked his way up to become the publisher and CEO in 1998. And he remained that until 2009. Actually, 1989, got those numbers flipped around. 1989, he became CEO and publisher. John and his wife Carmen were extraordinary people. John led the Omaha World Herald into the digital age and also spearheaded a number of the efforts to increase the technology and its spread throughout the state of Nebraska, different communities. He made the Omaha World Herald a standard for how his newspaper should be run. He himself was known for his integrity and his courage. He was never shy about being direct with a budding politician to let that politician know when he believed that politician might have erred. And he was one of those people that cared about the community. As I mentioned, he was a Boy Scout. He served as chairman of our local Mid-America Council of Boy Scouts, but also became national president of Boy Scouts of America. He served as chairman for the Board of Governors for the USO. He cared about our veterans, wanted to make sure we were serving them. He cared about our military people. He also cared about the arts. He was chairman of the Omaha Performing Arts Center. He and his wife, Carmen, cared about people. Together, they fostered more than 100 infants awaiting adoption. John was an outdoorsman and a conservationist. He really was one of those people we would describe as a Renaissance man, running a fantastic business, giving back to the community. He was the kind of American that built this country. John passed away last month, leaving a legacy that is having a lasting imprint on our community of Omaha, the state of Nebraska, and indeed, our entire country. I greatly admire John Gottschalk for the kind of man he was, the example he set for the rest of us. He will be greatly missed, and I will miss him greatly. Thank you, Mr. President.
The majority whip.
Is our quorum call underway?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take a minute to note the FY25 NDAA conference agreement the Senate is voting on this week. Congress has passed a bipartisan defense authorization bill every year without fail since 1961. A remarkable feat, and increasing partisan Senate, it's even more remarkable. Every year when the final text comes, there are inevitably members on both sides of the aisle who like some provisions and dislike others. That's what compromise is all about. This year's text is no different. It includes a historic pay raise for junior enlisted troops. It provides continued support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and Baltic security cooperation. This bill authorizes important military construction projects. It reauthorizes my READ Act to continue quality basic education programs for vulnerable children around the world. At the same time, it also continues troubling restrictions that make it unnecessarily difficult to finally close the detention center at Guantanamo Bay. And it fails to include important provisions I sponsored that would have accelerated PFAS remediation and enabled the skilled DACA holders to enlist in the military to address our recruitment challenges. But there's one provision in this conference agreement that troubles me, a provision that would ban certain medical treatments for transgender children of service members. It eliminates the ability of military families to work with medical professionals and make their own decisions about the health care needs of their own children. That's why I'm a co-sponsor of Senator Tammy Baldwin's amendment to remove this language from the bill. Mr. President, I'd like now to highlight an important milestone. This coming Saturday, December 21st, will mark the 6th anniversary of the First Step Act becoming law. That moment resulted from overwhelming bipartisan majorities in the House and Senate coming together to pass landmark criminal justice reform. I was honored to be the lead Democrat sponsor of this legislation, along with the lead Republican sponsor, Senator Chuck Grassley. Senators Cory Booker and Mike Lee joined us. The First Step Act acknowledges the obvious. The vast majority of people who are incarcerated will someday be released, so we must prepare them to successfully return to their communities. In the last 6 years, this law has safely and effectively reduced populations in overcrowded federal prisons, reuniting families and revitalizing communities. The First Step Act looked toward the future by providing opportunities for the incarcerated people to reenter society successfully. It helped to reform harsh drug sentencing laws of the past and remedy their effects. I authored bipartisan legislation, the Fair Sentencing Act of 2010, reducing the unjust 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between crack powder, cocaine offenses. Under the First Step Act, the Fair Sentencing Act's reforms were made retroactive, allowing those who still serve sentences imposed before the change in law to be resentenced. I am thankful for the tireless efforts of many dedicated advocates and families who never gave up hope that this bill would become the law. Since the passage of the First Step Act 6 years ago, I've met with many Americans who've successfully returned home because of this historic legislation. The First Step Act has been a tremendous success. Of more than 40,000 people released under this law through January of this year, only 9.7% have been rearrested or returned to custody. Compare that to the Bureau of Prisons' overall recidivism rate of 45%, 5 times that number. Unfortunately, some elected officials are now calling for a return to the punitive policies of the past, despite the success of the First Step Act. Here's the reality. We all deserve to live free from crime, but the war on drugs, with its inflexible mandatory minimums, did not make communities safer. Instead, the so-called war on drugs filled the prisons with young, mostly African-American men, and at the same time, the price of illegal drugs went down and the use of illegal drugs went up. The strategy didn't work. The First Step Act shows that we can do more than be just tough on crime. We can be once and for all smart on crime and achieve accountability without excessive punishment and incarceration. It is our job in Congress to thoughtfully respond to the enduring crisis of substance abuse in America. We should provide more opportunities for those who are incarcerated to re-enter society successfully, reunite with their families, and contribute to their communities. And we need to build on the bipartisan success of the First Step Act and work together to craft new policies to reduce crime in America. 6 years ago, the First Step Act was signed into law by President Donald Trump during his first term in office. My lead Republican sponsor, Chuck Grassley, was chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. With Donald Trump returning to the White House and Senator Grassley returning as chair of the Judiciary Committee, we have the opportunity to build on the success of the First Step Act. 6 years ago, we wrote the blueprint for reimagining rehabilitation and protecting public safety. We know that it works. We must remember that passing this law was just the first step in a long journey toward rethinking rehab and reversing failed approaches. Today, as I reflect on what we've achieved by correcting our past wrongs and investing in the power of second chances, I also recognize that more must be done to make our justice system fair and to keep America safe. We should learn from the experiences of individuals who've been incarcerated under misguided policies and are now seeking to reform the criminal justice system for the future. As we celebrate this anniversary, I'll continue to work with my colleagues to reform outdated sentencing laws and improve conditions of confinement and rehabilitation within our federal prison system. Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Here you go.
Senator from North Carolina.
Asked unanimous that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15.
Thank you.
Senate will come to order. Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of Senator Kane's request for unanimous consent for the Senate to pass the Saving the Civil Service Act. It's a critical bill that I hope all my colleagues would agree needs to be enshrined in law. One of the great strengths of our democracy is that we have an independent, merit-based civil service. Back in the 19th century, we saw what happens when you had a federal workforce that was made up of a system of spoils and political patronage. So the Congress back in 1883 said we ought to put in place an independent civil service. That has been the law of the land for the last 150 years. Virtually every other industrial nation in the world has modeled their independent workforce after the American model. We got 2 million federal employees across the country. In Virginia, we got 147,000. There's close to that many in Maryland, many in the district, but they're all over. Senator Hirono mentioned earlier, Hawaii has some of the highest concentration. But Senator Kane's bill, which we're all proud to be co-sponsored on, would simply say, let's not break that system. The idea, and the incoming president has said he wants this, to make and get rid of a merit-based civil service is, in my mind, beyond comprehension. Do you really want that nurse at the VA hospital that the first criteria we're looking for is who'd she vote for, as opposed to whether she knows nursing? Or that air traffic controller that says, well, I may have been politically active for an unpopular candidate, so I'm going to get fired? Or more likely, one of the things that we've seen that's been a strength of our system, the independent economists at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, presidents of each party get mad when their numbers come out each month because those numbers are independently verified. Do you want to fire all those folks and put in political loyalists? The rest of the world would run from that and frankly undermine the reserve nature of the U.S. dollar as the currency of the backbone of the world if we are cooking the books on our economic numbers. There are a host of other examples that we could go almost category by category. I can tell you the vast majority of federal workers that I interact with, most of them could actually have done better in the private sector. They do this work because of that sense of public service. And you get rid of a merit-based system and do it all for political patronage, who's going to actually join that kind of government on a going forward basis? This would undermine our economy, undermine our security, and obviously undermine the ability of the American people to get a fair administration of government services. With that, I'm going to yield to my good friend, the senator from Maryland, Senator Van Hollen.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
I want to thank my colleague from Virginia, Senator Warner, who just addressed this very important issue, and my friend and colleague, the other Virginia senator, Senator Kane, who's making the motion today that we pass his Saving Civil Service Act. This is a critical piece of legislation to protect one of America's best innovations, which is the idea of a nonpartisan, merit-based federal workforce, one that serves all Americans regardless of political affiliation, one where you don't take a political test to decide whether you have the credentials for the job. You take a skills-based, knowledge-based test to decide if you're best for the job. Our federal workers are the air traffic controllers who ensure safe passage when Americans fly. They're the inspectors who protect our food supply. They're the folks who determine whether or not medicines put on the market are going to be both safe and do what they say they're going to do. They're the folks at the Social Security Administration in Baltimore City who make sure that people get their Social Security checks on time. They're the nurses and doctors at veterans hospitals who help our veterans, and many, many other essential functions. Today, the only criteria for their employment is performance. It's what they know, not who they know. And they are qualified to serve based on those credentials and They do a good job protecting the American public. And they serve in those jobs regardless of what president is in the White House and what party that president may belong to. Their duty is to serve the American people. So why are we here on the floor? Because the incoming administration has threatened to change the long-time practice of making sure we have a merit-based civil service. At the very end of the last Trump administration, they proposed something called Schedule F, which would allow them to convert merit-based positions into politically based positions. In other words, substituting political cronies for qualified merit-based federal employees. That is a recipe for corruption. And our predecessors a long time ago recognized that. That's why back in 1883, the Congress passed the Pendleton Act to create the merit-based civil service. Prior to that, we had a spoils system where people who worked on campaigns thought that they could get any job they wanted, regardless of their qualifications, because of their political party label. In fact, the reason we ended up getting the Pendleton Act, one of them was in 1881, one of those people who'd worked on a political campaign and thought they should have gotten a job and didn't, assassinated President Garfield. And so at that time, the country was shaken, and they said, we've got to get rid of the spoil system and replace it with a merit-based system. I want to just make two other points, because the incoming administration, as I said, tried this Schedule F idea at the end of the last administration. This time they're talking about doing it near the beginning of this incoming administration, which is why we're here on the floor today, trying to take this action to prevent that from happening. I want to point out that presidents have about 4,000 political positions to fill. So, we're talking about Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State. Presidents have the discretion already, the power today, to nominate people for those 4,000 positions. So we're not talking about taking that away. We're saying you can't convert thousands of other positions that today are based on merit into those political type of jobs. Finally, we've heard a lot about the need for more government efficiency. And count me in. Count all of our colleagues from Virginia and Maryland, and I think probably both sides of the aisle in, on the idea of trying to make sure that we achieve greater efficiencies in government. But I will not support, and we will not support, something that under the cover of the claim of government efficiency is simply a Trojan horse to undo our merit-based system and turn it into one based on political cronyism, because that leads to corruption, which will erode public's confidence and erode the quality of service that our federal civil servants provide. So I want to, again, thank my colleague from Virginia, Senator Kaine, for all he's done. I want to thank my colleague from Maryland, Senator Cardin, who's also been a great partner in this. And with that, I will yield to the senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine.
Mr. President.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I appreciate my colleagues, Senator Warner and Senator Van Hollen. We just had a press conference where Senator Cardin and Senator Hirono also came to speak about the importance of this issue. As everybody knows, you learned this in civics in grade school. Officials in the United States swear loyalty not to the president, but to the Constitution of the United States. And under the Constitution, Congress passes laws and the president enforces them. But from the beginning days of our country, the president can't do all the enforcement and implementation on his or her own. It's too big a job for an individual. In a big and complex country, you need people whose whole job might be enforcing a particular law, say inspecting a meat processing plant. You need people to make sure planes don't crash into each other at airports, people to prosecute anybody running a scam to cheat the elderly out of their life savings, people to bust tax cheats or catch somebody dumping toxic chemicals into a stream in violation of the Clean Water Act. Federal employees do all of these things. They work to ensure critical resources and services are provided in countless communities across America. They work to keep Social Security up and running, manage veterans' benefits, research medical diseases, and develop cures and vaccines. Enforcing the law and running government requires people who are duty-bound to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and to obey the lawful orders of the President, all subject to the overriding duty to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. But we swear fealty to that Constitution, not to a person. Early in the Republic, as my colleague indicated, Senator Van Hollen, the executive branch operated under what's known as the spoils system, as in the expression, to the victor go the spoils. But there quickly arose an obvious problem. If the people who enforce American laws answer only to the president, then if you're on the president's team, they go easy on you. And if you're against the president, they bring federal law down on you like a hammer. That is not the rule of law. It took a century from the founding of America until enactment of the Pendleton Act. And Senator Van Hollen talked about the tragedy, a tragedy that occurred at the foot of Capitol Hill, which was once a train station where President Garfield was assassinated in 1881. And it took that tragedy to basically galvanize this growing awareness that our federal employees should be hired based on merit, not political loyalty. And since then, nearly 150 years, our nation has recognized the value of a nonpartisan and merit-based system to carry out federal government functions. Having a dedicated civil service based on merit rather than political loyalties is in the best interest of everyone. It not only promotes professionalism and reduces cronyism, it also promotes stability. We saw in the last Trump administration the track record of the political appointees. There was a revolving door in many of these positions. How many secretaries of state? How many secretaries of defense? How many secretaries of the Navy? And when you're switching positions out, you get worse and worse quality of service. The professional civil service is not just about merit, it's also about stability. Our civil service is tasked with protecting so many important values: national security, economic productivity, guiding public health, and so much more. There have been attempts in recent years to erode the independence of the federal civil service, and that's why I'm here on the floor, where I will, in a minute, request Senate passage of the Saving the Civil Service Act. The bill upholds the merit system principles to ensure that federal government is equipped with the most qualified and experienced individuals. Specifically, the Saving the Civil Service Act will prohibit the reclassification of federal employees to schedules outside of the competitive civil service without congressional consent. If Congress agrees to this, that's one thing. But to do the reclassification over the objection or without even consulting with Congress would be barred by this bill. Over 2 million federal employees work in all 50 states and U.S. territories. There are 147,000 in Virginia. In New Mexico, there are more than 22,000 federal employees who work in critical areas such as nuclear research. Some of the most important research that's been done in the history of the United States was done in New Mexico by highly trained scientists, and that continues today. In Missouri, where my colleague Senator Schmidt represents, federal employment is more than 37,000, and many work for the VA, for the Treasury, for the Army, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Homeland Security. This shouldn't be a partisan bill. We don't have any need and never have had a need for Democratic meat inspectors or Republican air traffic controllers, Democratic VA nurses, and Republican cancer researchers. We just want people who have expertise. These experts may have their personal political opinions, but as long as they're doing their jobs, they deserve protection from political retaliation. To be clear, the president can govern as he or she sees fit within the bounds of statute. Many federal laws have ambiguity. If there's too much ambiguity, we in Congress need to fix it. The president is empowered to use flexibility within the law as he sees fit, and career federal employees have to follow those directives and implement the president's interpretation of the law, falling within legal bounds, and the president additionally has the ability to appoint 4,000 political appointees, some of whom must be confirmed by the Senate, but many of whom don't even require Senate confirmation. If a president tries to go outside the law, and someone should be able to stand up and say, Mr. President, that's illegal and you can't do it. And telling your boss that's illegal and you can't do it is not disloyalty. That's patriotism. That's loyalty to the Constitution and to the law. Again, we all take this same oath. The oath is to the document, not the president. Third and finally, my bill does not mean that we don't expect accountability from federal workers. In any large organization, government agency, or large company, there's a potential for unnecessary bureaucracy to develop. In a large pool of people, there may be some bad apples not doing their job. Nothing in this bill protects federal employees from accountability for their performance. In fact, the National Federation for Federal Employees has testified before Congress on more than one occasion about the circumstances in which federal employees have been terminated for cause. That demonstrates that while they exist to defend the rights of their members, they're not going to apologize for or shirk responsibility for bad behavior of employees whose performance merits termination. I'm all for solutions that increase accountability and efficiency. I'm on the Foreign Relations Committee, and I've followed with great interest the efforts of President Trump's first Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, and his team in 2017 in that space. The rights of civil servants and the goals of an efficient, responsive federal government shouldn't be in competition. And I refuse to dismiss as naive the idea that federal workers can have a range of personal political views but still serve faithfully and carry out the law and the faithful orders of their commander-in-chief. I know this is possible because it's exactly what we ask of the American military. My oldest son is a Marine, and the military delivers that in a significant way. Every service member is allowed to vote, but whoever is duly elected, that's whose lawful orders they follow. The bill is about basic fairness. The American people should have high expectations of federal workers and should know that the people enforcing American laws aren't going easy on somebody just because they happen to be the friend of a president, Democratic or Republican. Some will argue that this is necessary because the federal government is too big and inefficient. In fact, the federal government is smaller today than it was during its peak in the post-World War II years, with more than 3 million federal employees at that time. So I am looking forward to working on this and making sure that we uphold this value that has stood the test of time since 1883, professional civil service, not one based on political loyalty or cronyism. And with that, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-399, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Reserving my right to object. I am heartened to hear the historical references from my friend from Virginia and my friend from Maryland, but if we go back just a little bit further to our nation's founding, the founders were very concerned about concentrations of power. That's why we have federalism, our system of federalism. We have 3 branches of government. The separation of powers all was meant to disperse government so that no one branch, no one person ever got too powerful, with the underlying belief that what would save this system of self-government was that people would be accountable to the people. That if you sent somebody up here and you agreed with them, you'd send them back or you'd send them home. What we have seen, particularly in the last 100 years, is a growth of an administrative state that isn't accountable to anybody. That's the truth. I was in Northwest Missouri a couple years ago, and a farmer told me, Eric, I just don't ever remember voting for the Deputy Undersecretary of the EPA. And he had a point, that a guidance letter, not even a rule, and certainly not even a law, can destroy a farmer's livelihood in a farm they've had for generations. Or take, for example, the abuses we saw during COVID. The Supreme Court, I know something about this, I was the AG that brought the case, the vaccine mandate. They didn't have any authority to force a medical procedure on 100 million people, but they wanted to do it anyway. Student loan debt forgiveness. There was no authority to wipe away $500 billion worth of student loan debt with a stroke of a pen, but they did it anyway. And these are big, broad discussions. The Supreme Court's weighed in, the major questions doctrine. They have been reining in the abuses of government now and unelected bureaucrats over the last decade. And of course, with the overturning of the Chevron decision, the ball's now in our court to sort of reassert the Article I branch's role. That we're the ones, if you want to ban gas stoves, we should have to vote on it. And so this bill, what it does, it blatantly infringes upon executive prerogative to shape the executive workforce. So the courts have weighed in, and dare I say, the American people weighed in just about a month ago. There is no secret that President Trump ran on greater government efficiency and reducing the size of government. This is another effort to Trump-proof before January 20th. We're seeing a wholesale auction of the border wall for less than 1% of its value. It's happening right now to thwart what's coming. These sort of efforts that are happening behind the scenes and now here on the Senate floor are intended to do one thing, which is to prevent President Trump from executing on what he campaigned on, which is government efficiency. About 16% of the federal workforce right now is in any one of those buildings on Pennsylvania Avenue. I think over the coming months, with the DOJ committee and some of those efforts, and I hope we can work in a bipartisan way. I agree, this shouldn't be a partisan issue. Saving money should not be a partisan issue. And there are some people that probably need to go. There are great federal workers in our federal workforce. But we are wasting a lot of money, and people aren't even willing to show up to work right now. So, having flexibility to deliver on the message that people saw across their television screens and in rallies all across this country over the last 2 years during a presidential campaign, that's what this is about. This bill would thwart those efforts, and that is why, Mr. President, I'm objecting. So therefore, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Just a brief response. My colleague from Missouri mentioned the fact that recent decisions of the Supreme Court have put more burden on the shoulders of Congress, not to abdicate decision-making responsibility, but to own it. And that's precisely what my bill would do. It would not block a president from trying to make reforms to the federal civil service. It would just require that the president do so in consultation with the Article I branch. And that Article I branch, come January 3rd, is going to be 2 Republican houses. I can't imagine why a Trump presidency would be afraid of 2 Republican houses if any proposal with respect to the federal civil service has merit. It would seem that the president should have some sense of confidence that he could convince the next Congress of the United States to go along with it. But if, in fact, he's worried about his ability to convince 2 Republican houses to go along with plans with respect to the federal civil service, I think that should tell us something. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
I have not had a sip of this one. I didn't know if that belonged to someone else. Or I'm going to change it. Appreciate it.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Objection?
Mr. President, the past 4 years have been historic for the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs by almost any measure. We secured the largest investment in Native communities in American history, totaling more than $45 billion. We had the committee's most productive 4-year period ever, passing more than a dozen bills into law, and just this month we passed another 10 bills in the Senate that are waiting for action in the House. Taken together, these record investments and laws cover a wide range of priorities for Native people: securing ancestral lands and waters, building safer communities for children and elders, and turning a new page on the boarding school era by promoting Native languages, education, and healing. But the numbers alone don't tell the story, because behind each of these statutes and investments are real, tangible benefits for Native communities everywhere, from the homes they live in, to the roads they get around on, to the water they drink every day. And I'm proud that we've been able to deliver such important investments in Indian country, on Hawaiian homelands, and in Alaska Native villages whose needs have been so often overlooked or even sometimes harmed by the federal government. This progress means more people will have homes with working electricity and clean piped water. Advanced appropriations for the Indian Health Service for the first time ever means people don't have to worry about whether or not they can get to a doctor or not if the government shuts down. Significant investments in tribal transportation and infrastructure means that communities are one step closer to making dirt roads and broadband deserts a thing of the past. And thanks to the provisions in the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization, tribes can be in charge of their own safety again, with the ability to keep their children and their neighbors safe. The committee has also enacted 3 water rights settlements into law and secured $2.5 billion to pay for these and the more than 30 other already enacted settlements. There is more work to do to get other settlements over the line, and we're going to continue to work with our House colleagues to get it done. Rebuilding tribal homelands, expanding broadband, building out our transportation projects were key priorities for our committee on a bipartisan basis. We were also focused on helping Native communities unlock clean energy and adapt to a changing climate. Everywhere we put real resources into the federal government's efforts to revitalize Native languages and work to bring healing around the federal Indian boarding school era. From day one, our work was guided by the voices of Native leaders and community members. Nothing about me without me, as the saying goes. And we couldn't have done this without the incredible leadership of Native people across our great country, telling us what matters and holding us accountable. The progress, though long overdue, is still in progress. The bills we've passed and the investments we've made will materially benefit people's lives, for American Indians, for Native Hawaiians, and for Alaska Natives. Now, that doesn't mean we get to call it a day, because to say that this is the most productive period for Native people as it relates to congressional action in American history is to say 2 things. It is to say we did a lot. It is certainly to say we did a lot. We did it on a bipartisan basis. We did it with extraordinary staff, from my Indian Affairs Committee staffers to Lisa Murkowski's staffers to all of the members and advocacy organizations. We did a lot. It is also to acknowledge that it was a damn low bar. Most Congresses not only didn't help Native communities much, but actively harmed Native communities a lot. The official position of the United States federal government was the extermination of tribal governments. The official position with the Army Corps of Engineers, the United States military, the Department of Interior, and other federal agencies and their representatives was to essentially dismantle Native cultures, language, access to water, access to land. They cut the children's hair. They punished them physically if they spoke their native language. They removed these children from their parents and incarcerated them in something that they called boarding schools. But let's be clear, it wasn't a boarding school in the sense of, my kid's 16, we have some extra money, maybe they're going to go to a good school on the East Coast somewhere. They were incarcerated. And so it is true that we've done a lot. It's also true that we've done a lot, that we have harmed Native communities for centuries. And this 4-year period marks a change in the relationship between the United States federal government and Native communities from Hawaii to Alaska and all across the continent. And so I am extraordinarily proud of the accomplishments of this committee, but I don't want anyone to mistake this for a victory lap. We have so much more to do to undo literally generations of injustice. No amount of work we're going to do in a year or even 4 years is going to suddenly and totally reverse generations of neglect and harm by the federal government. And yet, this is a moment to recognize the great work we've done. It's broadband, it's water, it's economic opportunity, it's Native culture, it's Native language, it's Native music, it's people being in control of their own intellectual property, in control of their own destiny. And that's what this is about. This is about the right of people, the first peoples of the United States, to self-determination. I am proud to be a small part of that legacy. I yield the floor.
That was great.
My own? Really? Yeah. Mr. President.
The senior senator from the great state of
We in a quorum
Ohio.
call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here at Desk 88, honored to address my family and friends and Ohioans in the nation. I remember well my first speech 18 years ago. Illinois Senator Barack Obama was presiding over the Senate. Following parliamentary norms and perhaps a bit presciently, I addressed him as Mr. President. A few desks away sat the senior senator from Massachusetts, whose brother's desk I've now occupied for my entire 3 terms. Senator Kennedy, the chair of the Labor Committee, spoke after my remarks about his commitment and my commitment to workers. My speech, no surprise to anyone, was about workers and their dignity, raising the minimum wage, creating more opportunity for people who build this country with their brains and with their hands. By some measure, my life began less than 3 miles from here. My dad, a family doctor from Mansfield, Ohio, and my mother, a teacher from Mansfield, Georgia, met at a soldiers' dance in 1945 at the Mayflower Hotel. My father had returned from serving in the Army in the Middle East. My mother had moved to Washington to assist in the war effort, to work at OSS. Their first date a few days later was at the Willard Hotel. When they married the next year, my father moved to Mansfield, Ohio, then a prosperous industrial city where Ohioans made steel and manufactured cars and tires and appliances for young families returning from World War II. When I was in high school, my mother, troubled by the racism she saw in small-town Georgia as a kid and in Ohio when she moved there, helped found the Ohio Council of YWCAs. The 165-year mission of the Young Women's Christian Association is to eliminate racism and to empower women. My dad was a family doctor with a working-class practice. He always took care of people, regardless of their ability to pay. From them came my values and my desire to serve. From my parents, he a conservative, she a liberal, he a Republican, she a Democrat, he a Northerner, she a Southerner, taught me by their action and their admonition that the role of government was to help the little guy. The big guy could take care of himself. I went to Johnny Appleseed Junior High, that was really its name, and walked the halls with the sons and daughters of auto workers at GM, electrical workers at Westinghouse, steel workers at Empire Detroit, machinists at Tappan Stove, and the daughters and sons of the thousands of millwrights and electricians and laborers and pipe fitters who kept those plants running. These workers, especially those lucky enough to carry a union card, could buy home, take a vacation, and join a growing middle class. But by the time I graduated from Mansfield Senior High School, these plants were starting to shut down. Corporations searched the globe for cheap labor. First, they moved south to anti-union states. Then they lobbied for tax breaks and bad trade deals to move jobs overseas, always in search, Mr. President, of lower wages. Compliant politicians were all too happy to oblige. They called it the North American Free Trade Agreement. They called it Most Favored Nation status with China. Honest to God, that was its original name. They called it the Central American Free Trade Agreement. They called it the Trans-Pacific Partnership until we put a stop to it. And Wall Street rewarded those companies and those politicians over and over and over again. I saw what corporate greed and, frankly, presidents of both parties did to my hometown and towns like it all over this country. Through all my years in Congress, I've tried to be the voice and the megaphone for those workers and for those communities. I think back to 2003. Every night at the other end of this building, every night, I've stood in the wall of the House of Representatives reading letters from Ohioans opposing Bush's war in Iraq, from Cleveland to Cincinnati, from Dayton to Columbus, from Toledo to Athens. The White House, on flimsy evidence, but with an itch to go to war, was sending working-class kids from Ohio to fight and too often die in Iraq, a war that history tells us was a colossal mistake. I drew inspiration from President John Quincy Adams, who had returned to the House in his attack on slavery to evade House rules that prohibited, believe it or not, that prohibited debating slavery, rules forced on the People's House by enslavers, by Southern enslavers. He read letter after letter from his constituents about the evils of slavery, and advocating for its abolition. Then as now, our duty is to amplify the voices of the people whom we serve. To be that strong and effective megaphone, you start by listening. I remember when I helped lead the opposition in my first year in the House to NAFTA. Bill Richardson, a pro-NAFTA Democrat from New Mexico, lamented the fact that members would go home during congressional recess. He said, you know, every time members of Congress go home, my side loses votes. Well, there's a reason for that. We're supposed to listen to our constituents. So almost every week, every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm in Ohio. I've crisscrossed this state, from Ashtabula to Athens to Gallipolis to Zanesville to Portsmouth to Springfield to Van Wert to Toledo to Shelby, all over this state, holding round tables, walking picket lines, touring plants, talking to workers in break rooms and on work sites and behind checkout counters. On Monday afternoons, I return to Washington carrying a satchel of good ideas drawn from Ohioans. My job in both the House and Senate has been to represent those workers, to listen to them, to speak out for them, to fight for them, not to listen to Wall Street, not the drug companies, not the big railroads, but to fight for the people who make this country work. Over the last few weeks, people have come up to me since the election, at the grocery store, after church, at the airport, in the halls of the Senate, asking how I'm doing. There are two reasons I answer I'm doing well. First is this team around. I've never been prouder of the public servants who work in this office, how they immediately went to work to help and support each other. All of them have dedicated themselves to making sure their colleagues land well and to making sure casework for Ohioans is handed off to other members of Congress. Over the last few weeks, I've been meeting with every single staff member, 70 in all, to discuss their careers and their futures. The second reason is that for me, this job's never really been about the title of being U.S. Senator. Much of the important work we've done has been driven not by a bunch of Washington insiders, but by ordinary Ohioans. I think about the fight to save workers' pensions. When Wall Street gambled away workers' retirement savings, we fought back. Washington ignored Ohio workers, didn't take them seriously. Most people in Washington don't really even understand what collective bargaining is, that workers give up raises at the bargaining table for pensions and paid into them over a lifetime, all for the promise of a secure retirement for their family. Ohioans put this on the agenda. They kept it there. We never gave up, and together we passed the Butch-Lewis Act, named for an Ohioan, saving the pensions of 100,000 Ohio workers and 1 million workers serving this country. Or think how we expanded health care for veterans exposed to those football field-sized burn pits. Ohio veterans and their families came to us. They put it on the agenda. They forced Washington to listen. Veterans traveled to Washington. Many of them camped outside this door, not far from here, to make this happen. Because of them, the Heath Robinson Pact, again named for an Ohioan, is now law. Those fights aren't quick, particularly when they require taking on powerful corporate interests. Back when I was in the House, more than 2 decades ago, we organized bus trips for Ohio seniors to Canada to save money in prescription drugs. 3-hour bus ride from Lorain to Toledo to Detroit, across the river to Windsor, Ontario, so they could save money on prescription drugs. Throughout my entire time in the Senate and before, we fought Big Pharma and their lobbyists trying to lower the cost of prescription drugs. 2 years ago, finally we won. This never happens fast. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month for Medicare beneficiaries. For the first time, Medicare is negotiating drug prices for seniors. These victories, as I say, they don't come easy. Of course they don't, but they matter to millions of families. When we stand up to corporate special interests, when we guarantee workers a seat at the table, when we see decisions here through the eyes of workers, we all do our jobs a little bit differently and better. We included a project labor agreement for 8,000 workers at a single construction site, ensuring a path to the middle class for those families. We expanded the child tax credit, giving more than 90% of American families a tax cut to keep up with the cost of living. 2 million children in Ohio, 60 million children around the country benefited, if only for a year. We're on the verge of restoring the full Social Security benefits that police officers and teachers and firefighters and bus drivers and school cafeteria workers have earned. With Finance Chair Ron Wyden, we created an industrial policy to build more manufacturing in our country. And, Mr. President, we have fundamentally changed the debate on trade in this country. Of course, this town is still full of people who think that way, whose arrogance won't allow their worldview to be changed by all the evidence that corporate trade deals have failed our workers, failed our communities, and frankly, poisoned our politics. They no longer go unchallenged and unquestioned. They used to ridicule you if you spoke up for workers, if you dare to suggest that no amount of compensating the losers, no amount of compensation can replace the dignity of good-paying, rewarding job. No longer. I've always looked at things a little differently, perhaps, than some. To me, politics is not really left or right or liberal or conservative. It's really about whose side you're on and whom you're willing to. It's about whom you're willing to fight for, whom you're willing to stand up to. That's what true populism is all about. True populism lifts all people. True populism doesn't tear others down. True populism doesn't play to race and division. True populism is essentially about the dignity of work, putting workers at the center of all we should be doing. And when I talk about workers, I mean all workers, whether you swipe a badge or punch a clock, whether you work for tips or whether you work on salary, whether you're going to school or raising kids or caring for an aging parent. No matter who you are, no matter where you live, no matter what kind of work you do, your work has dignity. And it ought to pay off for you and your family. We have that in common with all the differences we have as a country. We have work in common. Work is really what binds us. For too many people in Ohio and around the country, hard work hasn't paid off. Today, far too many workers don't see a path in the middle class, no matter how hard they work. For almost half a century, we know this, we should be challenging this. For half a century, the stock market soared, executive compensation has exploded, corporate profits have risen dramatically, worker productivity has increased, but workers' wages have been comparatively flat, and costs keep going up. Until we solve the fundamental problem in this country, until hard work is valued, until everyone has a path to the middle class, and the stability and security of a good-paying job, our work in this body, my work as a private citizen come January, that work is unfinished. If you want to know why so many workers think the system's rigged against them, just look what happened 3 weeks ago in East Texas. To little fanfare, a single judge appointed by President Trump at the behest of the Texas Chamber of Commerce struck down a Labor Department rule which guaranteed overtime for workers making $35,000 or $40,000 a year. That ought to be a fundamental principle. If you put in extra hours, you ought to earn extra pay. You did the work, you earned it. One judge, one decision, 4 million workers lost their overtime. One judge, one decision, 4 million workers lost their overtime. That's why we make this fight. In 1891, Pope Leo XIII wrote us what is recognized as the first time that an international figure acknowledged the rights of workers and the duty of employers to respect workers' inherent dignity. In Rerum Novarum, he wrote that to respect in every man his dignity required respecting workers' rights to fair compensation and safe, humane working conditions. Think about this. 7 decades later, in the segregated Tennessee, in a segregated city of Memphis, in a segregated neighborhood, amidst the torrential downpour, 4 sanitation workers climbed into, yes, a segregated garbage truck to shield themselves from the rain. 2 white workers settled into the warmth and the safety of the cab. 2 black workers crawled in the back amidst the garbage where the compactor malfunctioned, and 2 young black workers were crushed to death. Dr. King went to Memphis twice that year. He went after that happened. The second time we know he was murdered, both times fighting for the dignity of work. He wove together better than anybody I know of in history. He wove together civil rights, voting rights, and worker rights better than anybody ever has. In a speech to AFSCME sanitation workers a month after the workers were crushed to death, he spoke at AFSCME on March 18th in Memphis. So often we overlook the work and the significance of those who are not in professional jobs, of all those who are not in the so-called big jobs. But let me say to you tonight, Dr. King went on, that whenever you're engaged in work that serves humanity, it has dignity and it has worth. All labor has dignity. While the shape of our fight for the dignity of work may change, it will, of course, continue, and I count on my colleagues to do that. I will close the same way I've closed so many speeches across Ohio, because the values I fight for have not changed and will never change come January. On my lapel, I wear this pen. Some of you have one on today. Thank you. Many of you do. I wear this pen. I know you don't wear it every day, but thank you for wearing it today. Depicting a canary in a bird cage. It was given to me at a Workers' Memorial Day rally 25 years ago in Lorain, Ohio. You know the story. At the turn of the last century, coal miners took the canary down into the mines with them to warn them of poisonous gases. They didn't have a union strong enough to protect him. They didn't have a government that cared enough to protect him. He was on his own. But over the last century and a half, think of what we as a nation have done. Think of what we've done to change that. All those fights required going up against powerful special interests. I think about the lesson that any union organizer knows. They don't just give you fair wages and better benefits and a retirement. They don't give it to you. You have to go out and take it. That's how progress works. Wall Street didn't just wake up one day and say, you know, older people ought to have a pension. We ought to get, no. We demanded Social Security, we fought for it, and we got it. Companies 100 years ago didn't just all of a sudden think, you know, work's too hard, we ought to have an 8-hour workday, we ought to ban child labor. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, we got it. Big insurance companies didn't just all of a sudden think, you know, there are a lot of senior centers that just can't afford their health care. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got Medicare. In the 1960s, a bunch of Southern segregationists didn't say, you know, everybody ought to have the right to vote. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, we got voting rights in this country. And then just 2 years ago, the drug companies then all of a sudden say, you know, insulin costs too damn much. We've got to do something. Drugs are too expensive. No, we took them on, we fought for it, we got a $35 insulin cap. Those fights, progress didn't just happen on their own, of course. So when I first came to the Senate, Mr. President, like all new senators, they gave me a really cool, pretty expensive looking piece of jewelry to say I'm a big shot, I'm a senator, and walk around putting. Well, I wore that for a couple of days, and then I thought, you know, it didn't feel right, so I took it off. I put my canary pin back on. I've worn it every day since. So when I walk off the Senate floor at the end of this year, nothing changes. I'm not taking off this pin. I'm not giving up my fight for workers. If you love this country, you fight for the people who make it work every day. In January, I returned to Ohio, close to the 7 grandchildren who are sitting in the gallery today. My wife, Connie, surprised me last night with their showing up at a dinner with their parents in tow. My grandchildren in the gallery today, some sitting there patiently, some perhaps not so patiently. Leo and Jackie and Milo and Carolyn and Russell and Ella and Maribel sitting with Emily and Matt, sitting with Elizabeth and Patrick and Caitlin and Alejandro, and Andy Clayton, our oldest, is taking finals today. My journey's been a family affair with my brothers Bob and Charlie for literally 50 years, with the sacrifices that family members inevitably make to ambition, to service, yes, sometimes to ego, for a career of serving the public. To my beloved Connie, how selfless she's been as I've pursued this dream. Her exceptional talent is exceeded only by her kindness and spirit as a wife and mother and grandmother extraordinaire. There's no one like her. How lucky I've been the last 22 years. So to my colleagues, this is my last speech on the Senate floor, but it's not, I promise you, the last time you'll hear from me. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Who is it? Senator from Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, I know we have a number of colleagues that want to speak. I'll be very brief. I just want to start by saying how grateful we are for the service of Sherrod Brown in the United States Senate. The great work that he's done. He reminded us to make sure that we wore the canary pin. And for me, it has a special significance, even though I haven't been wearing it all these years, but I wanted to wear it today. But it's especially significant because I have ancestors who worked, of course, in the anthracite coal mines. But I think in so many ways it's emblematic of his service, that he never forgot where he came from, never forgot who sent him here, and you heard that throughout his remarks today about the work he's done on behalf of American working men and women and their families. When the history of the labor movement of the United States, if it were ever written, of course it wouldn't be one book, it would be a multi-volume work by some scholar, maybe sometime in the future. But whenever that complete and comprehensive history is written, there will be a significant portion of that history written about the work of Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio, because no one that I'm aware of that has served in this body has done more for workers in the time he's been in the Senate. Last thing I want to say is what he did, and there's too many to mention here today, but I want to thank him for what he did leading the effort which culminated in 2021, March of 2021, at 5:34 a.m. in the morning, when the first vote was taken on the American Rescue Plan. Among many things that bill did was allowed us to take the child tax credit, an existing tax credit, and turbocharge it for America's children. As he said, 60 million American children, 2 million in Ohio, a little more than 2 million in my home state of Pennsylvania. Would not have happened without his leadership. So with that, Mr. President, I will yield the floor and thank Senator Brown again for his service.
Very nice. Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, as another occupant of the back row, I just want to add my incredible thanks from not just his family, but for Sherrod and what he stood for in this place. We are going to forever miss him. We are going to miss, right, Senator Casey, Chuck looking back at this row and glaring at us because Sherrod was talking. And we're like, it's not us, it's not us. I will forever cherish the note in my desk to Bob that says, get him to be quiet now, they're gonna throw us out. Sherrod, you have made trouble, but it's a whole lot of good trouble on behalf of the people of this country. I look up there at Connie, and I have forever loved that story that I will not do justice to. But it's the story of when Connie was in an audience and Sherrod was speaking, and a guy she doesn't know turns to her and says, God, I hate that guy's voice. And she says, yeah? And he says, yeah, you know, it's a bit like fingernails on a blackboard. And Connie says, really? You don't like that guy's voice? He says, yeah. And she says, I like his voice. And he says, you like his voice? And she says, yeah. You know when I really like it? She leans into the guy leans in, and Connie goes, I really like it when he wakes me up in the middle of the night and says in that gravelly voice, I love you, baby. Your love of Connie and the two of you together is something that is such a model for all of us here. Her success, your success. Is part of this United States Senate story. And that pin you wear, that canary in the coal mine, this is not the last time we're all going to wear it. And for me, it was not just about workers, which is about in its glory, but it is also about what we have to confront in this place, the toxicity of this place sometimes. And that you share it for us. You were that canary in the coal mine. You're the one reminding us why we're really here when some days you just can't believe that people are doing certain things or stopping certain good pieces of legislation for the people of this country. You were that person for us who stood up, not just when the cameras were on, but behind closed doors, reminded us, reminded your staff to carry on, and they're going to take that torch with them and those pins with them every single place they go. So thank you for giving us that inspiration, Sherrod. Thank you for your work.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey.
First of all, I'm going to come out into the aisle because this is doing the Sherrod, where you get far away from your desk. I literally think if the leash was long enough, he would have opened the door and took a couple steps out and come running in and down the aisle. I stand today with a similar start because it was this moment in the cloakroom when I was a new guy in the Senate that I talked about Tester saying to me very loudly in the cloakroom, I didn't think I was going to like you when I first got here. And then Sherrod chimed in right away, and if you remember this, Sherrod said, I didn't think I'd like you either. Now, I didn't care about Jon Tester because I don't like Jon Tester, but I really cared that Sherrod Brown would say that at one point he didn't like me. But I knew he liked me when he said it, because when I came to the Senate, he surprised me. He did something I never expected. I had great experiences when I first came here, friendships, colleagues stepping up. I see my chairman here putting me under their arm. But Sherrod did it in a way that really surprised me. He said, hey, Corey, I want to work with you on something really important. And I thought all these big issues in the Senate, is it Social Security, is it lowering prescription drug prices? I thought, what are we going to do for America? And Sherrod Brown blew me away. He said, I want to fight for fair wages for the cafeteria workers that work in the basement of the buildings we work in. Immediately, it floored me. I started working in this place in 2013, and I'll never forget, it was the least diverse place I had ever worked. I came here, and one of the first nights I worked past 10 p.m., I left out of the employee entrance, and I saw the line of employees walking in, and they were mostly black and brown people. When I went in the basement to get something to eat in the cafeteria workers were mostly black and brown folks. They didn't have a senator living in Washington, D.C., but Sherrod was someone who stood up for their dignity. Sherrod, I've been struggling all week because I feel emotional like losing you. And I had this poem that kept coming up over and over again. It's really short, and I know you know it. But I didn't understand why this was the poem, and I want to try to explain it to you. It's a poem by Langston Hughes. It's entitled, I Too Sing America. I am the darker brother. They send me to eat in the kitchen when company comes, but I laugh and eat well and grow strong, because tomorrow I will be at the table when company comes, and nobody will dare say to me, eat in the kitchen then. Besides, they'll see how beautiful I am and be ashamed. I, too, sing America. Sherrod, I have served with you for 11 years. And the thing I love the most about you is you see people. You see the folks that others walk past and don't even affirm their humanity. And you don't just see people, you have shown me time and time again from my first week as a United States Senator, is that you see the folks that are the most important to the very idea of America, the idea that people have sweat for and cried for and bled for. To me, that is the definition of what it means to represent people, all the people. And so I end with this, and it's a moment from American history, because I know you are such a nerd. And you, frankly, just never fit my image of what I thought a senator was look like. You're frumpy, and you're disheveled, and the only person that has messier hair than you is Bernie, for crying out loud. But there are 5 words I think I want to say to you in my final farewell to you in an official capacity, standing in the aisle that you so defined. And it's a simple story from history after Lincoln gave his second inaugural address, with malice towards none and charity towards all. That ideal that you live, that there's no us and them, it's just us. Lincoln retired to a reception afterwards, and it was crowded. And people were pulling at him and trying to get his attention. And he was pushing through the crowds looking for one person who almost didn't get into the reception. This guy had to be recognized by someone because he was black and pulled in to be allowed to be at this incredible reception. And the president pushes by him. Historians say it was the governor of Rhode Island trying to talk to him, but he kept pushing towards this man, and he said to the man, "My friend, what did you think of my speech?" And this man, regal in stature, humble in spirit, looked at him and said, "Mr. President, you should attend to your guests." And President Lincoln is said to have waved him off and said, "No, I want to know what you thought of my speech. I need to know, my friend, what you thought of my speech." And this will be the last time in American history that these two men would ever speak, because Lincoln would soon be assassinated. This was the last words that they exchanged. And if you allow me these 5 words, I just want to say to you in my last farewell to you after your farewell speech. Frederick Douglass looks at Abraham Lincoln and simply says, "It was a sacred effort. It was a sacred effort." Your 18-year career here was a sacred effort to see everyone in our great country as an American, to affirm their humanity, to affirm their dignity, and to elevate our highest virtues. Thank you, my friend.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm saddened by the comment from Sherrod that this is his farewell speech. As I said to several of my colleagues, we lose so many good ones here. And after we've lost them to retirement or election results, the Senate really has an empty place, and it will in that corner for as long as I'm honored to serve here, the place that was occupied by Sherrod. What makes such a difference in this man? Why is he viewed so differently? Why so many showed up to hear that farewell speech? Well, what I'm about to say, you can say about him and about Connie, his wife. There was a man named Jack Valenti who used to be an advisor to the presidents. And he gave President Lyndon Johnson a piece of advice. He said, every good speech should include 6 words. Let me tell you a story. Time and again, Sherrod Brown told us a story. It was a story from a picket line. It was a story from a clothes factory. It was a story that you picked up in your home state of Ohio and as you traveled around this country. And those stories, much like the stories that Connie has told over and over again in her celebrated writing, really illustrate the values of this country. You can give a sterile speech about political science all you wish, but if you tell a story that touches the heart of the listener, it can make a difference in them as it has made in you. And time and again, Sherrod has told those stories. That canary in the cage is a classic example. It tells you that he not only saw injustice, but he spoke out against it, and he's dedicated his life to stopping it. And that inspires all of us to listen to these stories and to realize they are the true story of America. And now this troubadour, this speaker, this man who's inspired us so often is stepping into a different place in life. All I can ask is one favor: tell stories. You have so many of them that you've lived, and so many things that need to be shared. I know that you, like your wife, are a writer. You wrote a great book about the desk you're sitting at, and I know that you know what history means. But there's another job for you, and I'm not sure what it is, but I hope it will tap into your talent and your values. I remember that day, you said it many times, It was the greatest day of your service in the Senate. It involved the child tax credit that Bob Casey has talked to us about. And it also, I'm sure, involved the idea of finally giving these retirees a fighting chance at a wage that could sustain their families. Your fingerprints were all over that, Sherrod. That's the kind of issue that you would run for office for and fight for and make a difference in the history of this country. So remember those words as you go forward. Your stories have inspired us. Keep telling those stories. And Connie, I know you will. I'll look for your byline. I wish you the best.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, when I was wrestling along with my wife, Mary, about whether to run for the Senate, I had the chance to meet the senator from Ohio and his wife at a gathering in Massachusetts. And I came away believing that service here could matter. When I learned of your background and your fight, Sherrod, I thought, that's my fight too. I want to be here and join you in this effort. You know, my dad, a mechanic, my mother, a secretary. I don't know how the hell I ended up here on the floor of the Senate, but it's because of believing in the vision of America that you referred to at the close of your speech. And while I can't quote it exactly, it was along the lines of, if you love America, you fight for America's worker, or you fight for the workers who make America function. We are in a system now that is so rigged, with lawyers and lobbyists and dark money, but the antidote is individuals like yourself who say public service matters, not here to help the rich become richer, the corporations become strong. I'm here to fight for the foundation for every family to thrive on health care, on housing, on education, and a good paying job with an honest day's pay for a fair day's work. I then saw you in action on the Banking Committee. Now, Elizabeth Warren had this idea for a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, but she wasn't here in the Senate yet. But on that committee, working on Dodd-Frank, we collectively delivered that and so much more through that process, including taking on the false mortgages, the predatory mortgages that were turning the dream of home ownership into a nightmare. There's probably a dozen powerful factors in there for America's workers. We made a difference in those years. You made a difference, and I was so happy to see you lead the Banking Committee. I can't tell you what a loss it is to this chamber, what a loss it is to the workers of America that I will no longer see you in that chair. But I know I'll see you somewhere down the trail fighting the good fight. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I have a little bit of a beef here with Senator Brown because right before he spoke, I admonished him to try not to choke up during his speech. And of course, this was a fool's errand. It's like asking the sun not to shine, and of course it was highly predictable that would cause him, that gravelly voice of his, to get even more of a catch in his voice, is when he was talking about his family and also about his staff, his work family. When the very first time I met Sherrod, I could see that this was a man with a huge heart and tons of energy, and I recognized in you, Sherrod, the Midwest populism that I come from the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party. I sit in the seat that was once held by Paul Wellstone, as you know, who famously said, when we all do better, we all do better. And I know that that has been the guiding light of your service. You know, there are plenty of people here in Washington. watching out for the rich people, the powerful people, the big corporations. But you have always been our guide and watching out for everybody else, the people that actually make this country work. And I saw this firsthand when you and I worked together on one piece of legislation, the Butch-Lewis Act, to basically say that hardworking folks who earned their pensions, who lost their pensions through no fault of their own, deserved to be able to retire with dignity. This is, of course, one of the most important promises of organized labor: a fair wage, safe working conditions, and to be able to retire with dignity. And because of your work, I had a chance to see what that really meant for people. I'll never forget one of the first meetings I did when I first was a United States Senator. I went up to Duluth, Minnesota, an old industrial community on the shores of Lake Superior. It is a beautiful community, probably not unlike Mansfield, had seen better days as the shipping out of jobs happened and affected them. And I talked to some of those hardworking Teamsters, retired Teamsters, about the importance of their pension and what I was doing with Sherrod Brown to help to protect their pensions. And I'll never forget this one woman as she was describing to me what it meant that she had paid in, she'd done everything right, and now she was running the risk of losing that. And she said to me, "Tina, that's my plan A, B, and C. Like, I don't have another plan. My other plan is to live under a bridge." That work, just that one piece of work that you did, that you led us on to make sure that those pensions were there for folks, is a legacy that all of us can aspire to. Throughout your career, you have always made sure that while everyone else, so many others, were watching out for the folks that already had it pretty good, that the people that make this country work had a voice. And I, too, am wearing my canary pin today, and I think that your legacy in this body will be all of us who don't forget your work, but continue it. You know, the hope that we can do better, that there's more work ahead of us and that we have the energy for that fight. I mean, hope is an act of will. It is not an article of faith. It takes the will of all of us. And I know that you have inspired in all of us in this chamber, at least many of us, the will to continue to fight with hope and optimism that we will make this country live up to its full promise. I can't wait to see what you do next. As you have famously said, and I'll leave out some of the adjectives, you're not dying here, you're just going on to the next thing. And I know those of us who have heard the story are grateful that on the floor of the Senate I'm only giving it an abbreviated version. I know I'm one of many who love you very much and can't wait to see what you do next.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I have my pin. I'm taking your desk. I'm going to get your office. And I wouldn't mind having your hair. And your eloquence. For me, Sherrod Brown, as for many of our colleagues, has always been a role model, a friend, a voice for people who are often unseen, and also a real example of integrity. When you talk to Sherrod Brown, you may not agree with him, but you know what he says is what he believes. And you know, we live in a day where politicians are often distrusted, demeaned, maybe as never before. But what you have done for me and for my family is to give politics a good name, to make sure that people understand that the word politician is not a four-letter word. It is something I am proud to say. I am a politician because I try to be like Sherrod Brown. And, you know, that kind of politician doesn't always win. It is just a fact of life that people often take stands, they espouse causes, they champion people or issues that may not be popular at that moment, but they are vindicated by history. And I've been proud to stand with you, Sherrod, for some of those causes, and I know they will be vindicated by history. And as I told your staff, some of them, in that office, the Sherrod Brown office, we're going to have a conference room named after you. And it's a trivial thing to do, but it will remind us that we will be asking ourselves at moments, tough moments, moments of crisis, what would Sherrod do? What would he think? What would he say? And I will continue to value you as a friend, as a role model, and thank you, Sherrod, for all you've done for all of us. Godspeed.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to be brief, but I would like to briefly say something that might be an odd thing for the senator from Colorado to say, which is how grateful I am to the people of Ohio for sending Sherrod Brown to the United States Senate for all these years, and how much I wish that you had sent him back one more time. And I say that in part because I once lived in Ohio and was a young person there learning something about politics in the late 80s and early 90s. Sherrod Brown was my Secretary of State. He was the same person then that he is today, I think, in all the important ways, and a progressive voice for the people of Ohio. It was an amazing thing for me to come to this place and meet Sherrod as a fellow senator, and to sit in that chair and preside while Sherrod stood in his, I don't remember when that was, when it would have been. Barack Obama probably was early days of his presidency, and listened to the names of cities and towns all across Ohio ricochet around the marble chamber that we're in with such joy, because I'd been in those places myself, and I can remember something about him, to hear him fight against the characterization by outsiders of the place he lived and the place he grew up as the Rust Bowl of the United States instead of the industrial heartland of the United States, for him to remind people in this chamber of the important, as he was describing today, the critical contribution that working people make to this nation every day, all day, over many years, whether living in the industrial heartland or anywhere else in America. Because for Sherrod, workers in every state in this country count and matter. But I want to just say thank you on behalf of the children that I used to work for in the Denver Public Schools. I was the superintendent when my friend Cory Booker was the mayor of Newark. We worked together in those days, and we've had the chance to work together here. And there are many times that I've been on this floor, Senator Brown, when I've worried about whether the children that I used to work for in Denver, who were mostly kids of color, mostly kids living in poverty, whether anybody here had their interests at heart, or whether anybody here could even see them, or whether we'd actually become really comfortable in a sense that we were treating our kids like they were someone else's kids, not even the country's kids. And more than anybody else in this place, you have lifted their voices. You have seen the kids that I represented or worked for in the Denver Public Schools, the work, the chance for you and Bob and Cory and I to work together on the child tax credit, which went to 90% of America's kids, cut the child poverty in half, is a symbol to all of us, I think, of what's possible if we dedicate ourselves to the idea that this country has to live up to its aspirations. And that is something that you never have let us forget. I know you've talked about it over and over again, how one of the happiest days of your time in the Senate was the day that we passed that bill, and Bob mentioned that. I'll say for a lot of us that are here today, this is one of the saddest days in the Senate, because the contribution that you have made here is one that is so unique and so singular, and it is entirely unfinished. I don't feel sorry for you, but I feel sorry for the rest of us. And I know we're counting on you to make sure that you continue to fight the fight that you've been fighting from the day you arrived here, the day that you were Secretary of State all those years ago in Ohio, for the rest of your life. Thanks, Sherrod, for your leadership and your friendship and for everything you've done for the American people. I yield the floor.
We're working on the script.
You have to answer your finished script. That's what I was going to tell you.
I know, I'm not starting.
Oh, no, thank you. Oh, no, I'm really excited. I need this deal done, too.
I didn't want anyone else to take the floor.
Good.
Senator from Maryland.
We're not in a quorum call.
We are not.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1607 and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills in block. Calendar number 278, S1277, Calendar 333, H.R. 1727, Calendar 602, S3543, H.R. 6826, which was received from the House and is at the desk, H.R. 6843, which was received from the House and is at the desk, H.R. 1607.
Is there objection? Without objection, the committee is discharged where applicable, and the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendments where applicable be agreed to, that the bills as amended, if amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Anything else you need? Are we finished? Mr. President, first, I want to thank Senator Cassidy for his cooperation in putting together this package. It's a package that are bills that were favorably considered by the committee. They're non-controversial. I want to thank also Senator Kelly for his help in putting together this package. And let me just, if I might, talk about two of the issues that we just passed. First, H.R. 6826 to designate the Visitor and Education Center at Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine as the Paul S. Sarbanes Visitor and Education Center. I want to first acknowledge Congressman Sarbanes, who is on the floor, who has represented me so well in the House of Representatives. He has also decided not to run for re-election and served for 18 years in the House of Representatives. Mr. President, I hold the Sarbanes seat in the United States Senate. Paul Sarbanes was a dear friend. He was a senator's senator. He was deeply respected by all members of this body. I think it's particularly appropriate that he is honored with the naming of the Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine Visitor Center and Education Center. The late Paul Sarbanes was a tireless advocate to preserve Fort McHenry in Baltimore, Maryland. Senator Sarbanes worked to honor the site and elevate the history of the War of 1812 and the national consciousness throughout his career. I got to know Senator Sarbanes when we were both elected at the same time to the Maryland House of Delegates many years ago. He would go on to serve in the House of Representatives on the Judiciary Committee, which he was given the responsibility of the first article of impeachment against President Nixon during the Watergate scandal. Later, while serving in the Senate in the aftermath of the 2002 Enron scandal, Senator Sarbanes worked in a bipartisan manner to pass the Sarbanes-Oxley legislation. Then President George W. Bush called the Sarbanes-Oxley bill the most far-reaching reforms of the American business practices since the time of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He had a long and distinguished career of public service to the nation and throughout. He never forgot his Baltimore roots. He saw Fort McHenry as a national treasure in the city and a site worth celebrating. This legislation acknowledges his long-term advocacy for the preservation of the site and the improvement of the visitor's experience by designating the Visitor and Education Center the Paul S. Sarbanes Visitor and Education Center. It's a fitting tribute to name the Visitor Center at Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine after a true American hero, Paul S. Sarbanes. Mr. President, I also would like to call my colleagues' attention to H.R. 1727, the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park Commission Extension Act, which we just approved. I'm proud to have worked together with Representative Trone and Senators Capito, Van Hollen, Manchin, Warner, and Kane on this legislation. The C&O Canal National Historic Park is 184.5 miles long and covers 20,000 acres winding north and west along the Potomac River from the heart of Washington, D.C. to Cumberland, Maryland. The park includes a canal and contiguous towpath that provides runners, cyclists, and backpackers access to hundreds of historic structures that tell a story of this critical economic artery. The Advisory Commission was established in 1971. It has been reauthorized at nominal cost by Congress every 10 years for the past 3 decades with overwhelming bipartisan support. There's no better wealth of knowledge of the unique issues of the C&O Canal and its resources facing them than the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park Advisory Commission. Government works better when policymakers listen to the people who know them best, and this commission ensures that all surrounding communities have a voice in shaping their future. I'm proud to work together with our neighboring delegations to keep this commission running strong. So, Mr. President, once again, I want to thank my colleagues for their cooperation in getting this done. And I particularly want to acknowledge, as I did earlier, Representative John Sarbanes. He has worked his entire career on good governance. There's no stronger need in our society than an advocate for good governance in our community, and he has done a great job in the House of Representatives. He's also known for his work on the Chesapeake Bay as the leader of No Child Left Inside, getting young people to understand the importance of the Chesapeake Bay so we have advocates for the future. I congratulate John Sarbanes for his incredible record in the House of Representatives and wish him the best. And I thank you, Mr. President, for the courtesies that were just extended. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to support H.R. 5843, which is part of this package, the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area Boundary Modification Act. And I'm going to take just a moment to talk about the Atchafalaya. Le Grand Dérangement, my French is awful, but stay with me. When the British kicked the Acadians out of Canada and they migrated down to Louisiana and along the Gulf Coast, the Atchafalaya Basin was where many of them settled, and their culture spread out from there. And if you think of our culture with the etouffee, the jambalaya, the crawfish, it all began in the Atchafalaya Basin and built out from there. And if you look at a map where the Mississippi comes down, draining most of the continental U.S., and then the Red River comes down, which drains Colorado, Oklahoma, Texas, they meet, and the Atchafalaya is born. Prehistorically, the Atchafalaya River was an outlet for the Mississippi River, and if it were not for human engineering, it would once again be the outlet for the Mississippi. It's 1.4 million acres of swamps and wetlands and rivers, the largest wetlands in the United States. And I say this because this culture, this Acadian culture, one of the most unique, if not the most unique in our country, began here. In our boundary modification, we extend the footprint of this, acknowledging that the Cajuns that came from Canada, finding refuge in the United States, putting a unique imprint on our country. And I hesitate because I'm thinking, for example, Breaux Bridge, Louisiana, is the crawfish capital of the world. Now, we're the only state, I'm sure, the crawfish capital of the world. But to show where that goes, yesterday I'm at a truck stop in Arkansas. And I stop, and they're selling crispy, crunchy chicken. And the crispy, crunchy chicken, I can get a side. And it's jambalaya, it's red beans and rice, and it's something else. So I said, this is Louisiana Day. And the guy laughed, he goes, it sure is. And so that food that began when those Acadians settled there has spread out. What this does is it expands that footprint. It allows more of a celebration of that culture, a preservation of the sportsman's paradise, and along the way, create a lot of jobs. It's got support across Louisiana, including from the original 14 parishes within the national within the National Heritage Area. So I thank my colleagues for getting this across the line. I'm just very pleased about it, and I look for the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area educating even more Americans as to the wonders of my state. With that, I yield.
Mr. President, this bipartisan bill, H.R. 1607, the pumped hydro storage bill, is about delivering affordable, reliable energy to our growing state by expanding hydropower storage. The way it does that is pretty simple. It clarifies the Bureau of Reclamation's jurisdiction with respect to the future development of pump storage along the Salt River in Arizona. And it expands an existing withdrawal south of the river from 1 to 2 miles, allowing the Salt River Project to explore developing sites identified in a 2014 Bureau of Reclamation study. This could ultimately bring upwards of 2,000 megawatts of energy storage capacity to the state of Arizona, providing clean energy and improving grid reliability as the demand for energy grows in the coming years. Representatives Schweikert and Stanton introduced this bill in the House, and it passed the chamber last year by a vote of 384 to 1. I appreciate the work of my colleagues on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee to ensure that our bill received a hearing and a markup. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
we are currently considering the Defense Authorization Bill. We have considered this most years annually for many decades. Typically, though, we'll have a robust debate, we'll have amendments offered, and we'll try to have participation by senators from all over the United States geographically represented in the debate. That won't happen this year. There will be no debate. It'll be very controlled and circumscribed, and there won't be amendments. This is disappointing to me because I think there are some very important issues that need to be brought up, and one of those is emergency powers. Our founding fathers understood that it was very important to divide these powers between the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judiciary. Over the past 100 years, though, we've had a gradual evolution of these powers towards the executive branch, and we now have a very, very strong executive branch that in many ways is able to control the narrative and ultimately to control the country. In the 1970s, Frank Church wrote these words, which I think represent a problem that existed then and even more so now. He wrote, "Hundreds of statutes clothe the president with virtually unchecked powers with which he can affect the lives of American citizens in a host of all-encompassing ways. This vast range of powers, taken together, confers enough authority on the president to rule the country without reference to normal constitutional processes. Under the authority delegated by these statutes, the president may seize property, organize and control the means of production, seize commodities, martial law, seize and control all transportation and communications, regulate the operation of private enterprises, restrict travel, and in a plethora of particular ways, control the lives of all American citizens." These words were written by Senator Frank Church in a 1977 Law Review article, but they're still true to this day and even more worrisome. The Church Committee's investigatory work was famously convinced many in Congress that the time had come to reassert congressional checks and balances on the executive that had become all too powerful. It's ironic that the powers that be still conspire to this day to hide the work of the Church Committee. I've been trying for over a year to read the classified version of the Church Committee. All right, this is not some sort of new document. This is a document from 1976. But the powers that be have prevented me for over a year from reading the classified report. You got to wonder, does that mean they have something to hide, or does that mean that they love power so much that they don't want to share it? The National Emergencies Act of 1976 was supposed to be a reform of presidential emergencies. It was supposed to limit the power of presidents. In that act, they actually gave a legislative veto. If an emergency were invoked by a president and the majority of Congress voted it, they would be legislatively able to reject that emergency. The court ultimately ruled, though, that that would have to be signed by the president, effectively meaning that if a president declares an emergency, a majority of us say we don't think that should be declared, he vetoes it. It now takes 2/3 of us to overcome a presidential emergency. This is a very high bar and makes it nearly impossible to stop a presidential emergency. Essentially, the National Emergencies Act enforcement mechanism became toothless when the court got rid of the legislative veto. Subsequently, Congress must muster this veto proof or 2/3 vote. To thwart a rogue president, it currently takes a 2/3 majority vote in both houses to overturn a veto. This is a very high bar. Consequently, we live in a country Frank Church would barely recognize. In some ways, the United States of America is a monarchy in disguise. The United States maintains the veneer of a constitutional republic, but often operates as an elected monarchy in which the president exercises awesome and unchecked power by decree and in perpetuity. If you look at the emergencies on the books, some of them have been on the books for 50 years. If you look at the potential emergencies that could be declared, you would be shocked. This dangerous imbalance of the constitutional separation of powers is not simply aggrandizement by the executive branch. It is something that Congress has actually been complicit with. Congress has essentially made itself a feckless branch of the federal government by granting the president so many emergency powers and refusing to regularly vote on the termination of national emergencies as required by current law. The emergencies go on and on. Our concern should not merely be to restore Congress to its proper role in our place of Madisonian system of government. Rather, our true focus should be to restore the founders' vision of a government of limited and diffuse powers that is devoted to securing our inalienable rights. A government that disperses power among separate, distinct, and competing branches is a government that is less likely to violate our liberties. We owe the people nothing less than the restoration of constitutional principles, of separation of powers, of checks and balances among the branches of the federal government. I've offered a significant step towards revivifying the founders' vision. I've introduced a bill called the Republic Act, which is an amendment to this bill, but likely will not be considered because the powers that be don't want debate or amendments. But this amendment, were it considered, would restore Congress's role in governance by requiring that declarations of national emergency expire after 30 days. The president would still have the power to declare an emergency, but it would expire after 30 days unless approved affirmatively by Congress. What this does is essentially switches the role we currently have. Currently, it takes 2/3 of Congress to stop an emergency. Now it would take 50% of Congress to affirm an emergency. We did this in my state. For our governor, it's a good reform and goes a long way towards restoring the faith that people have in the separation of powers and the limitation of powers. This simple reform allows the president to respond to genuine crisis, but ensures that the executive cannot rule by unchecked perpetual emergency. My bill includes other reforms that are designed to safeguard the country from emergency rule. My bill would repeal the provisions of the Communications Act of 1934, also known as the Internet Kill Switch, that allow the president, if he declares an emergency, to take over all communications. Now, this emergency, fortunately, has never been declared, but simply having this on the book for so long is a threat that someday a president might occur who says, I'm going to take over all communications and I will shut them down. That is a power so ominous, no president of either party should ever have that power, and this bill would remove that power. Today, though, with the power still in place, with the stroke of a pen, the president could use this power to monitor emails, restrict access to the internet, control computer systems, television, radio broadcast, and cell phones. Long-standing use of this power would effectively eviscerate the First Amendment. If the Republic Act, my amendment today, were accepted, the president would no longer be able to utilize this power, at least would have a limited power during a limited time, and a majority of Congress would have to affirm the continued use of this emergency. Emergency powers were not the type of rule our founders anticipated for our country. The other name for emergency rule is martial law. It's something all of us should object to and say that should only happen in an exceptional case, be very limited, and have the ability of Congress to overturn. If anyone doubts that emergency powers can be abused, just look to Canada. As Jean Healy of Cato Institute wrote, America's neighbor to the north offers a cautionary tale about the risks that broad emergency powers could be turned inward against political dissent. In early 2022, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau faced a mass protest against COVID-19 restrictions, in which Canadian truckers obstructed key border crossings and effectively shut down the capital city with their rigs. Instead of simply clearing out protesters and punishing them via conventional legal means, Trudeau invoked emergency powers broad enough to permit the financial unpersoning of anyone participating in the protest. He went to their bank accounts and took their money. When people raised money voluntarily through crowdfunding to help these truckers, he stole that money as well through martial rule. Without any rule of law, he took the money. No transaction with the protesters. He took their money. People were locked up under martial law. Canada's 1988 Emergencies Act gave the Trudeau government staggering powers to subject individual protesters to debanking without due process. This is the danger of presidential power, of excessive presidential power. It isn't about any individual president, it's about all presidents of either party, because men and women will succumb to the desire for power. It's inherent in all. That's why we must have checks and balances. Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland put it this way in describing Trudeau's martial law. As of February 2022, and a warning to the truckers, as of today, a bank or a financial service provider will be able to immediately freeze or suspend an account without a court order. The government of Canada, essentially Trudeau, could freeze a bank account without a court order, without due process of law. We are today serving notice. If your truck is being used in these protests, your corporate accounts will be frozen. The insurance on your vehicle will be suspended. Send your trailers home. And while native-born Americans may think that emergency powers are to be used to target others, I would venture to guess that the Canadian truckers protesting COVID-era mandates didn't expect that their government would treat them as foreign adversaries and freeze their accounts. If it can happen in Canada, it can happen in the U.S. Expansive emergency powers do not end there. Today in the United States, a country that owes its very existence to tax revolt, the president can unilaterally impose and raise taxes on foreign imports. Now, some of that power, unfortunately, Congress gave to the president, but it was a mistake, and we should take the power back. The rallying cry of our American Revolution, no taxation without representation, was not just a protest of the past, it's a core principle of American governance. And yet Congress, in its feckless desire to abscond on all responsibility, said to the president, you can have it, we don't want it, you can raise taxes anytime you want without a vote of Congress. Terrible idea. Our Constitution was designed to prevent any branch from overstepping its bounds. Unchecked executive actions, enacting tariffs on our citizens without a vote of Congress, threatens our economy, raises prices on everyday goods, and erodes the system of checks and balances that our founders so carefully crafted. The Republic Act, the reform of emergency powers, the limitation of emergency powers would correct this. We end up saying to the president that you can't declare an emergency to raise a tax. Our founding fathers were very specific. Not only did taxes have to originate in Congress, they had to originate in the House before coming to the Senate, because the House was seen as being closer to the people. And yet here we are talking about vast taxes being levied by one person through emergency powers. We should not let this stand. Finally, the Republic Act, my reform, requires the president to disclose presidential emergency action documents to the Congress. What are these? These are executive orders are prepared in anticipation of a wide range of emergency scenarios. These documents are kept secret, and Congress has historically had little oversight or insight into how many exist, what they say, and what are the powers that the president anticipates taking in an emergency. Although the documents have never been made public, there have reportedly been emergency orders designed to unilaterally suspend habeas corpus, impose censorship, and seize property without warrants. We don't know for certain because they will not reveal these executive orders, but we do know that they exist. Congress desperately needs to see these documents to conduct oversight of these secret plans that can threaten basic constitutional rights. We do not have to accept as inevitable or as an inevitability the degeneration of a republic into a rule by an all-powerful executive. We do not have to live in a monarchy disguised as a republic. We would do well to remember Montesquieu, who wrote that when the executive and legislative powers are combined into one branch, no liberty will remain. It's time to reclaim the authority of Congress and protect the liberties of people by paring back the vast emergency powers delegated to the president. I hope the powers that be will change their mind and see fit to allow a vote on this amendment. There is significant bipartisan support. We passed it out of committee, I believe, 13-1. The Democrat chairman is a co-sponsor of this bill. I think this is a bill that really should bring both sides together. There used to be pride in our country, the pride in the legislative branch to hold firm against usurpation of power by the other branches. This was a pride that went beyond party label and brought legislators together. In recent years, it's been disappointing. Some people are for presidential reform of presidential emergencies when their party's not in power, and some people are for it until they're against it when their guy or their woman is in power. I can tell you this, I've been for this emergency reform under the previous president. I'm for this emergency reform under the next president, because this is about power. It's about the dispersion of power. It's about decentralizing power. It's about the constitutional separation of powers. It's about checks and balances. It's important enough that it should be considered. I think it would pass were it considered, but the American people need to know that important debates like this will only occur if the powers that be allow the vote to occur. So I would beseech the powers to be to allow a vote on this amendment and for my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. So I come to the floor today to talk about the National Defense Authorization Act. The Act, as we call the NDAA, covers a wide range of topics, but overall, it helps us chart a course to defend our country during these very dangerous times. Russia, China, and Iran are working together to undermine U.S. interests across the globe. A world led by those nations is, in fact, a very dangerous world. And it's a world where the economic well-being of ordinary Americans suffer. I have visited key U.S. allies and partners in recent years, and I'm convinced that when we are strong, when the United States is strong as a nation, we attract like-minded partners that will work with us to push back on our adversaries and defend freedom, not only here for our country, but across the globe. And the NDAA is about bolstering our defenses and strengthening those very partnerships. This bill, for example, establishes a Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative. Now, that's modeled after the Indo-Pacific and Ukraine Security Assistance Initiatives, and it's designed to enable Taiwan to maintain sufficient self-defense capabilities. Vitally important in the Pacific, and vitally important that we not work just with Taiwan, but with all our allies in the Pacific: Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, and others. And it also, this pact requires that the Department of Defense provide Israel with intelligence and advice in support of their war effort in the Middle East against Hamas and other terrorist organizations, including the largest sponsor of state terrorism in the world, Iran. In addition, the NDAA supports a handful of missions that are both critical to our security around the globe and of particular interest to my state. First, for example, UAS and counter-UAS. Huge issue right now, not only in terms of the battlefield, what we're seeing in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and in other places, but even here in our own country, civilian uses of drones and counter-drones is certainly very much the forefront of the public's attention. And we have real problems with UAS threats across all of the areas that we operate, here at home and overseas. Now, we still have a patchwork approach that has grown out of an ad hoc response to specific threats to domestic military installations. The Department of Defense very much needs a coherent strategy and clear guidance when it comes to drones and countering drones. This bill takes a number of important steps toward addressing the issue, including directing the Secretary of Defense to develop a strategy for countering unmanned aerial systems and the threats they pose to Department of Defense facilities, personnel, and assets. And that means not only here at home, but across the globe where we have personnel and where we have military installations. So having that strategy for drones and counter drones is very, very important right now, and it's very complex, as we're seeing. It also requires standing up, this legislation also requires standing up a counter-UAS unmanned aerial system, so drone task force, to review and update all of DoD guidance to provide clarity and expedited decision-making processes and information processes so that the public knows what we're doing and has confidence in what we're doing. In North Dakota, we have a UAS ecosystem that is ready to support this initiative, both in the military aspects and in the civilian aspects. And we've had that focus on UAS technology going back all the way to 2005. And again, I think we're one of the only air bases in the country at the Grand Forks Air Force Base where we operate military and civilian, manned and unmanned aircraft all at the same base, as well as our connection to the low Earth orbit satellites through the Space Defense Agency. So we've established what we call there Project Ultra. Project Ultra is specifically designed to move unmanned aerial systems and to counter unmanned aerial systems from the drawing board to the warfighter. And as I say, we've been at that for almost 20 years. As DoD contemplates this counter-UAS strategy, we are ready to bring industry partners, and I mean some of the leading industry partners like Northrop Grumman, like General Atomics, like Raytheon, and many others as well. They're already operating. They're in the Grand Sky Technology technology park on the Grand Forks Air Force Base. And we're ready to bring those partnerships, those companies that are developing these technologies, together with the Department of Defense under the directive in this legislation to defend, like I say, not only our military installations, but to do more in the civilian airspace so that the public can have confidence that when they see a drone flying in our national airspace, that it has been accounted for and properly dealt with. Second huge issue in the NDAA is nuclear modernization. Our nuclear deterrent is the foundation of global stability and is prerequisite for the success of our conventional forces. If we have a nuclear deterrent that no adversary ever questions, then they will never go beyond conventional forces. We have the finest military in the world. Our conventional forces are more than a match for anyone in the world, and so that could create the temptation for somebody to actually use nuclear forces. But if they know our deterrent is so strong, then they will never actually challenge us. So it is the bedrock or the foundation on which our conventional forces reside. We're facing an increasingly dangerous nuclear world where we must deter multiple nuclear powers at the same time. Now, several years ago, I led efforts to ensure that the Department of Defense kept our inventory of silos for our intercontinental ballistic missiles and preserve a full deployment of these missiles to support deterrence. Today, we need those missiles to support deterrence against China, which is building up its forces incredibly, as well as Russia and North Korea. This NDAA continues to carry language preserving a number of ICBMs that we deploy. It also creates a new Assistant Secretary of Defense to oversee nuclear deterrence policies and programs across the Department of Defense. And most importantly, it authorizes the next steps in modernizing not only the ICBM force, but all three legs of the nuclear triad, bombers, the missiles, and submarines, provides more than $5.6 billion in authorization for modernizing these programs, at, for example, Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota, which is the only dual nuclear base that we have, both the bombers and the missiles. But it also updates the aircraft, the Sentinel, which is the new missile program, the LRSO, long-range standoff, which is the new air-launched cruise missiles, which is part of the bomber fleet, the B-52s, the new B-2 bombers, as well as our other long-range standoff missile programs. All of those things, as well as our submarines, form the nuclear deterrent that is the bedrock of our military forces. With the evolution of technology, the environment, and our own ambitions, the military environment I'm talking about, and the near-peer challenges that we face with Russia and particularly with China, we have no choice but to make sure that we are updating and modernizing our nuclear forces so that no one ever challenges the United States or our ability to defend ourselves and our allies. Space Development Agency, I mentioned that just a minute ago. Another area of emphasis that is very important in this legislation. We know that space is an increasingly important part of defending our nation and our interests around the globe. When we look at Russia, when we look at China and what they are doing in space, we must not only keep up, we must continue to exceed what they are doing. It is vitally important to making sure that our nuclear forces have the best technology and a technological advantage in warfare over our adversaries. This legislation authorizes more than $4 billion for the Space Development Agency, including how the low Earth orbit satellite program is operated. This program is significant and will fundamentally change the low Earth orbit satellites which we're putting out in space now, and we'll have many of them, I mean hundreds of them. This program is significant and will fundamentally change the way our forces operate around the globe. Every soldier, every weapon system, and every mission will benefit from getting information from these low Earth orbit satellites. And we're taking steps in this bill and in the appropriation process to do just that. And so when you look at SpaceX sending those rockets into space, Many of those have low Earth orbit satellites that we are already putting out in space. Those low Earth orbit satellites will be controlled from one Army base and from one Air Force base. The Army base is the Redstone Army Base in Alabama, and the Air Force base is the Grand Forks Air Force Base in my state. Some other provisions that I want to mention are noteworthy as well. First, greenhouse gas emissions. This NDA extends a prohibition that we passed last year on any rules that would force contractors to report on greenhouse gas emissions. I've fought hard against these types of regulations, which would add unnecessary red tape and delays, drive up costs, and provide no benefit to the warfighter. The purpose of our weapon systems must be to make sure that our forces have a superior advantage to any other forces in the world in lethality, and that's exactly how they need to be designed, and that's what this provision is designed to ensure. Support for our service members. This bill includes a number of provisions that I've heard about in regard to strongly supporting our service members and their families. For example, pay increases. It authorizes a 14.5% pay increase for junior enlisted service members, E4 and below, and a 4.5% basic pay increase for all other service members. Second, access to mental health. The bill improves access to services for mental health, making it easier for telehealth providers to offer services and expand accreditation opportunities for behavioral health providers, which is it's a big need. Specialty care travel allowances. The bill includes a provision I supported to require the Secretary to reassess the travel and transportation allowances provided to service members and dependents seeking specialty care, health care, within 100 miles of their duty station. Military spouse professional licensing permanently grants authority to the Department of Defense to make transferring professional licenses between states easier for military spouses. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's important that our military members can put mission first, and this bill eliminates authorizations for a range of disruptive DEI programs while establishing a one-year freeze on hiring for DEI work at the Department of Defense. Like I said at the beginning of my remarks, the NDAA helps us chart a course to defend our country during these dangerous times. With the passage of NDAA, we'll have authorization for these important programs. And as a member of the Senate Defense Appropriation Committee, we're ready, I and others are ready to get to work to fund these important programs for our nation's defense. We have the finest military in the world, and we must do all that we can to support our men and women in uniform. With that, Madam President, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, could we have order?
Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm laughing because it was Senator Hoeven who was over there probably talking about you and me, Mr. President. And I just couldn't let that go unchallenged. With me today, Mr. President, is one of my able colleagues from my Senate office, Ms. Paloma Chacon. Behind my back, some of my staffers call Paloma Kennedy's brain. They think I don't know that they're saying that, but it's probably true. And I want to thank her for her good judgment, counsel, and advice. What I want to talk about briefly tonight, Mr. President, breaks my heart, but it also makes me mad, but it does break my heart. On Thursday, November 21st, we had another mass shooting in New Orleans, this time in the French Quarter. It happened at the corner of Iberville and Royal Street across from Dickie Brennan's Steakhouse. 3 masked men pulled up in a car and started firing. Bystanders testified that they fired about 40 rounds. 1 person was killed. 3 others were injured. Some people, particularly back home, are probably thinking, Mr. President, okay, what else is new? Another mass shooting in Louisiana and in New Orleans. But this one was preventable. One of the shooters who was arrested, his name is Nicholas Miorana. Mr. Miorana is 28 years old. He has spent most of his adult life in prison. He is based on his record, a career criminal. He served 7 years in prison for armed robbery. He got out. Shortly thereafter, in 2023, Mr. President, Miorana was arrested for a bunch of things: domestic battery, child endangerment, a series of gun charges, including being a felon with a firearm. What happened next is disgusting. In January of 2024, our district attorney offered Mr. Miorana a really sweet deal. Forget about the child endangerment, forget about the domestic battery, forget about all the gun charges. The DA said you can plead guilty. He said this to Mr. Miorana: you can plead guilty to attempted possession of a firearm by a felon. Attempted possession of a firearm by a felon. What? Attempted possession? I don't mean to be metaphysical here or teleological, but you either possess a firearm or you don't. I don't understand attempted possession of a firearm. Maybe it was because had Mr. Miorana been offered a deal, take it or leave it, for possession of a firearm, as opposed to attempted possession of a firearm, which I didn't even know exists, it would have carried a 5-year sentence. Obviously, Mr. Miorana took the deal. And he appeared before Judge Leon Roche in our criminal court in New Orleans. Mr. Roche gave him probation. 8 months later, while he's on probation, Mr. Miorano violated his probation. And his probation officer sought to revoke his probation. Then 1 month later, nobody did anything about revoking his probation. So 1 month later, Miorano was arrested for domestic abuse battery. He went back before Judge Roche. Judge Roche didn't revoke his probation. He just gave him house arrest and told him he had to wear an ankle monitor. That was in September of 2024. Then, a little bit later, Judge Roche decided to lighten even those conditions. He allowed Mr. Miorano to be free every day from 9 to 6. Every day, 9 to 6. Supposedly to go to work. Beginning October the 8th, Mr. Miorano violated the judge's orders every single day. Every single day for 45 days. How do we know this? He had on an ankle monitor. And the monitor company reported to the district attorney and to Judge Roche that Mr. Miorano is violating the terms of his house arrest and ankle monitoring. 45 days. You know what the district attorney did? You know what Judge Roche did? Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I've already told you how this story ends. Allegedly, I have to say allegedly, he's been arrested for it anyway. Mr. Miorano and 3 of his buddies put on a mask, got in a Honda, killed somebody in the French Quarter, and shot 3 others. Mr. Miorano was caught. You know how he was caught? He had on an ankle monitor. He was caught within hours. This was a system failure, Mr. President. I love New Orleans. I used to live in New Orleans. I earned a living in New Orleans. I met my wife in New Orleans. My son lived the first couple of years of his life in New Orleans. I love New Orleans. What did Tennessee Williams say? America has only 3 cities: New York, San Francisco, and New Orleans. Everything else, Tennessee Williams said, is Cleveland. Now, before my friends in Cleveland get mad at me, I didn't say it. Tennessee Williams said it. But I think what Mr. Williams was trying to convey is what an extraordinary, unique city New Orleans is. Every other state in America would kill to have a New Orleans. 20 million people from all over the world come to visit this city in America, which is perhaps the most European city, the most diverse city in our country. And I love New Orleans. But New Orleans deserves better. I wish this hadn't happened. I wish there weren't people in this world like Mr. Miorano. But there's some people in this world, they just habitually, consistently hurt other people. And they take other people's stuff. I wish they wouldn't, but they do. I don't know why they do. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. But they do. And they've got to be separated from society. And our judges and our district attorneys are not doing anybody in New Orleans a favor by not putting those folks into jail. It breaks my heart. It also makes me mad. The second thing I want to just mention briefly, Mr. President, I say this gently, respectfully, but gently. President Erdogan, the distinguished president of Turkey, leave the Kurds alone. Leave the Kurds alone. Kurds, as you know, Mr. President, are wonderful people. There are probably 30 to 40 million Kurds throughout the world. Some we're blessed to have here in the United States. They live mostly in Turkey, Iran, northern Iraq, and Syria. The Kurds are a distinct ethnic group. They're sort of a stateless country because they're spread all over the world. The Kurds are America's friends. Hadn't been that many years ago since ISIS was rising high. ISIS had established a caliphate in the Middle East. That's a fancy word for a country. They had established their own country in the Middle East. And America and other countries beat them back. We destroyed ISIS. They're still there, but we destroyed their caliphate. The people most responsible for helping us, most responsible for destroying ISIS, were the Kurds. We lost less than 20 American lives in destroying ISIS in the Middle East. Our friends from Kurd lost over 10,000. 10,000 fighting alongside us. Over 30,000 Kurds were wounded. Without the Kurds, ISIS would still be there. Now, Mr. Erdogan, the president of Turkey, does not like the Kurds. I'm not going to go into why. He's entitled to his opinion. But right now, Mr. Erdogan has troops and tanks and weapons marshaled on the border between Turkey and Syria. As we know, the people of Syria finally had enough. And they overthrew Mr. Assad, their president. Predictably, Assad, who we think stole billions of dollars from the good people of Syria, is now predictably living in Russia. We're going to try to find his money. Mr. Assad, like his father, is a butcher. He killed tens and tens of thousands of Syrians, and many of them he hurt the entire time they were dying. To keep power and his money, a lot of which he made by dealing drugs, he used chemical weapons against his own people. And now the people in Syria are free of him. Everybody ought to stay out of Syria. President Trump's already talked about it. Doesn't mean we can't offer our advice, but we all need to stay out of Syria. The defeat of Mr. Assad in Syria would not have happened but for Israel. We know that. You don't have to be a graduate of Caltech to know that. Israel destroyed Hezbollah, which was working with Iran, which was working with Russia to keep Assad into power. Russia and Iran and Hezbollah were on the side of the butcher. But Russia's tied up in Ukraine, and Israel, Hezbollah was holding down the fort while Russia was tied up in Ukraine, and Israel ignored the advice of many and just went out and destroyed Hezbollah. Thank you, Israel. But that's why the people of Syria today are free, and they're entitled to self-determine. Mr. Erdogan in Turkey, I worry, is going to invade Syria. I'm not accusing him of anything, but I worry that he is, because we have intelligence that he has many soldiers and many tanks and much equipment and many weapons right now stationed on the border between Turkey and Syria. And our Kurd friends are afraid that Mr. Erdogan, because of his hatred for the Kurds, is going to attack them. The Kurds live very peacefully in northeast Syria. So my message today is, President Erdogan, I don't want to mess in the affairs of your country, but don't do it. Leave the Kurds alone. Leave the people of Syria alone. Turkey has problems now. Turkey's supposed to be our friend. Turkey's a member of NATO. Lately, they haven't been acting like our friend. Turkey has its own problems. The interest rates, we think interest rates are high in America. They're close to 50% in Turkey. Some people think they're in a recession. Their inflation is between 40 and 50%. If you invade Syria and touch a hair on the head of the Kurds, I'm going to ask this United States Congress to do something. And our sanctions are not going to help the economy of Turkey. I don't want to do that. Leave the Kurds alone. Mr. President, my work here is done. I will show myself to the door, and I will suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
I read,
The senator from Utah.
ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 3324 and that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills in block. Calendar number 277, S. 1097. Calendar number 528, H.R. 2468. Calendar number 530, H.R. 4094. Calendar number 640, S. 5005, calendar number 660, H.R. 7332, and H.R. 3324.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures on block? Without objection. The committee is discharged on the relevant bill. And the Senate will proceed to the measures on block.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported amendment, where applicable, be agreed to, that the bills as amended, if amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Or the Vice President. The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
We are not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are on the floor here in the U.S. Senate debating and discussing the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, as we call it, one of the most important bills of the year because it sets our defense policy, defense spending numbers. It lays out the things that Congress wants to do, hopefully to focus on lethality for our troops. And it's about taking care of our military men and women and their families. So it's a very important bill. We're here, end of the year, unfortunately, and I'm going to complain a little bit, Mr. President. We got this bill done in June in the Senate, never brought it to the Senate floor. And I'm just going to be a little blunt. It's the majority leader, Senator Schumer, doesn't prioritize national defense. He doesn't. Every year, the NDAA, under his leadership, has come to the floor at the very end of the year. No chance to amend it. No Senate floor vote. It's wrong, Mr. President, that we don't prioritize it. He doesn't prioritize national defense. We're looking at one of the most dangerous periods that we've seen since World War II. Dictators on the march around the world, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they're all working together. And look at what we're doing with regard to defense spending. We are hitting, with President Biden, you look at that 3% of GDP. We've been at 3% of GDP or lower only 3 or 4 times since the end of World War II. That's not a number you should aspire to if you want a strong American defense, especially during a dangerous time. But we're going down, 3%. The Biden budget would bring us to below 3% next year. And so again, Mr. President, this is being jammed through the end of the year. We never debated on the Senate floor. We did a lot of good work in the U.S. Senate. I want to particularly do a shout out to Senator Wicker, the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. He will be the chairman of the Armed Services Committee starting in January. That will be really great for our military, for our country. And in our bill, we got an additional $25 billion added to the Biden budget to make our military stronger. One of the disappointments of the NDAA that we're debating now, that was a bipartisan addition to the budget. Remember, it's a Democrat-controlled Senate, a Democrat-controlled Armed Services Committee. I do want to do a shout out to Senator Jack Reed, the chairman, as well. Senator Wicker's leadership got us an additional $25 billion, which we need. Our military needs, our troops need, their families need. And this final bill just leaves that on the cutting room floor. Hey, it's one of the reasons I was thinking about voting against the bill, but there's a lot of good things in the bill. So we don't want to be at this level, Mr. President, but we all got to come together here, Democrats and Republicans, recognizing the dangerous world in which we are now living. Now, some of the good things in the NDAA, I do want to do a shout out to the work that was done, particularly as it relates to pay raises for our most junior enlisted service members. These are the pay grades E1 to E4, and they're going to get a 14.5% pay increase. That is very significant. As a matter of fact, I've been doing this for almost 10 years now. That's the biggest pay raise I've seen ever, Mr. President, and they needed it. Our troops need that money. Their families need that money. Inflation has been really, really undermining their ability to live on bases in Alaska or Georgia or other places. And there's been a recruiting crisis in our military. I think it has a lot to do with the leadership of the Biden administration. In 2024, Army, Air Force, and Navy all once again failed to meet the recruiting goals. So this pay raise is needed. This pay raise will help. So that's a big positive about this bill. Some other things, Mr. President, it improves the support for Israel and its capabilities against Iran during this very existential threat time that Israel is facing. We are starting finally in this bill to reverse the shrinking United States Air Force, and we're starting to finally attack the issue of Navy shipbuilding. We are in the worst crisis in almost 50 years in terms of building ships for our country. That's a bipartisan assessment by the Congressional Research Service saying manning, maintaining, and building ships hasn't been this bad in almost a half century. We got to get on this. Chinese are building ships at the rapid rate, and we can't build anything. So we're starting to turn that around. This bill should start turning that around. President Trump and his team, I'm really hopeful, are going to turn that around. I've talked to President Trump about this very topic, our very weak industrial base, and how we are getting outbuilt by the Chinese. We need to turn that around. And of course, Mr. President, I was honored to work hard on some really important things for the great state of Alaska, who the father of the Air Force, Billy Mitchell, General Billy Mitchell, called Alaska the most strategic place in the world. It is. Our enemies know that, and Americans should know that. So we are building up our military in Alaska. I consider Alaska contributing. Our great state contributes many things to our nation's defense. I like to say there are three pillars of the strength of Alaska for America. We are the cornerstone of missile defense. All the missiles that would intercept anything shot at New York or Miami or Chicago, they're all based in Alaska with the exception of 4 at Vandenberg Air Force Base. All the radar systems that track these missiles, again, are all based in Alaska. We are the hub of air combat power for the Arctic and Asia Pacific. We have over 100 fifth-generation fighters, F-22s, F-35s, in Alaska. No place on the planet Earth has that kind of fifth-gen combat capability. And, Mr. President, we are the place where expeditionary forces, now the 11th Airborne Division for the U.S. Army, can deploy at a moment's notice anywhere in the world because we're so strategic. So those are the 3 pillars, Mr. President. We're going to build on those pillars in this bill. I was able to get close to $750 million in military construction for the great state of Alaska. And that's good for Alaska, it's good for our economy, good for our workers. But most importantly, when we're talking about national defense and the NDAA, Mr. President, it's really good for the national security of America. So, Mr. President, overall, I'm going to be supporting this bill. It's important. It should have gotten here way earlier, should have been able to have amendments for it. Again, I don't know why Senator Schumer, whenever he was in leadership, always brought this the end of the year, never prioritized the NDAA, never. But I will say, Mr. President, I'm disappointed about a couple things in this bill. And this is just an area where the Congress of the United States has to start getting a lot more serious. I have this chart here. It says Xi's appeasers in Congress. Now, that's tough language. That's Xi Jinping, the dictator of China. But, Mr. President, I and others had some provisions. I'm going to mention a few of mine, 3 of mine, that were focused on going after the Chinese Communist Party. Very bipartisan provisions in the NDAA. And yet somebody in the middle of the night, I don't know who, an appeaser for Xi, strips these measures out of the bill, and the final bill doesn't have them. The final bill doesn't have them. And these are the most bipartisan things. And yet we got members of Congress, they don't realize this guy is a dictator that we need to be ready to defeat. And when we have anti-China stuff, anti-Chinese Communist Party stuff, members of Congress somewhere, somehow, strip this. Who the heck's appeasing Xi? Let me just give you a couple examples, Mr. President. It's a mystery and it's frustrating and like, come on. What are we doing? Number 1, Mr. President. See down here, this is New York Times, this is from last week. China bans rare mineral exports to the United States. Well, we knew that was coming. China dominates critical minerals, rare earth elements. So we're very vulnerable to the Chinese. Okay? Here's the good news. We got critical minerals in America. We got great critical minerals in Alaska. We got them in Arizona. I see Captain Kelly on the floor. We got minerals that can make our country less dependent on China when they blackmail us like this. So I had a provision, Mr. President. We have a road in Alaska to go to what's called the Ambler Mining District. It's got critical minerals, one of the biggest sources of critical minerals in America. So we have a road. Previous administrations, starting with President Obama, President Trump, certified this road right away? Of course, President Biden, who will listen to the radical environmental groups no matter what, even when it makes us weaker to China, he killed the road. And in the markup of the Senate NDAA bill, I said to my colleagues, we need this road because it's going to make us less dependent on China. And guess what? That provision in the Senate NDAA passed 20-5. I believe the presiding officer voted for it. Bipartisan, everybody agreed. We need to do more to have our own critical minerals so we're not dependent on China. So that was good. It was good for our country, good for our military, good for Alaska. And yet somebody stripped it out. I heard it was Hakeem Jeffries, minority leader. I don't know, maybe he's pro-Xi Jinping, but he stripped out the provision that was going to make us stronger in terms of critical minerals. The week that the Chinese said they're going to ban exports of critical minerals to America. Good job over there, minority leader Jeffries. Way to go. I'm sure Xi Jinping was applauding your actions. Second, Mr. President, now this one might seem a little bit small ball, but it was important to me and I think is important to America. Somehow, some way, the Chinese have dominated global fishing, okay? They are the largest seafood producer and consumer and exporter of fish, rising to almost $93 billion in 2023. But here's the deal, Mr. President. They use ghost fleets. They have a horrible environmental record. They use slave labor on their ships. They are about as bad as it gets in global fishing. Well, a constituent of mine back home said, hey, Senator, why are we selling Chinese communist fish to our military members, to our commissaries, to our chow halls, soldiers, Marines, sailors eating this fish? It's horrible fish, by the way. Why are we selling this to them? Why is our military buying communist fish from the Chinese when they can buy great Alaskan seafood, freedom fish? Why? I don't know. It's a great question. So I had a provision saying, hey, you think the Chinese are letting their military eat great Alaskan freedom fish? You think the Chinese buy Alaskan fish? They don't. So why the heck are we buying Chinese fish? So I had a provision in the NDAA in the Senate that says our military, our commissaries, our chow halls, our soldiers, our sailors, we're not going to buy Chinese communist fish. Why should we help those guys? They don't buy our fish. Let's eat American fish, Alaskan fish, Mississippi fish, Maine lobsters. Mr. President, that vote in the Armed Services Committee on which you sit with me passed unanimously. Unanimously. Everybody agreed. Heck, why are we buying Chinese communist fish? Let's buy Alaskan fish for our troops. Guess what? Somebody, I think it was Hakeem Jeffries again, in the middle of the night said, nope, we're going to strip that out. We're going to strip that out. Let's undermine Alaska and American fishermen, and let's promote Chinese slave labor fishermen and continue to export and have our military members eat that fish. What a dumb idea. Who's doing this? Who's the Xi Jinping appeaser in the Congress? I don't know. Hakeem Jeffries, I heard it was you. Maybe you want to come and talk to us, but why would you get rid of that provision? Helps Alaskans, helps fishermen, helps American fishermen, helps our troops, helps the military. Nope, we're going to rip that out, and we are going to make sure Chinese fish exports, which use slave labor, can still go into our military bases. Can't believe it, but that's what happened, Mr. President. And then finally, this outbound investment provision. We've been working on this issue. Senator Cornyn, in particular, has done a great job. So has Senator Casey on this. This is an amendment of ours that we got in the NDAA. All it says is, unfortunately, we have some finance firms in America. I've sat down with a couple of these guys. I still can't believe it. I'm like, hey, where's your patriotism, right? We have American hedge funds, private equity groups, even some investment banks who invest big time in Chinese military capabilities, quantum computing, AI, advanced chip manufacturing in China. And all this provision says is, hey, we want to know who's doing that. We want to know who's doing that. That passed in the U.S. Senate with over 90 Senate votes. Over 90 Senate votes. We finally got it in the NDAA. And, Mr. President, it got stripped out. That got stripped out. Again, I think it was Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries did that time too. So, again, these are all things, every one of these, Ambler access for critical minerals in Alaska to compete against China, banning Chinese communist fish on U.S. bases for our military and commissaries, so we get fish from Alaskans and other great American fishermen, outbound investment. Hey, who's investing in quantum computing? We want to know. We want to know. American investors using, Iowa teacher pension funds to help the Chinese get stronger. Are you kidding me? All these were in the Senate bill, and all these got stripped out by the House. Come on, guys, whose side are you on? Really? So here's what I want to say, Mr. President. I want to end with this. We all know it's a dangerous world, and here's what we got to get back to. Here's what we got to get back to. Peace through strength. Peace through strength. You can do that in many ways. You can be stronger from a military perspective, stronger from a natural resources perspective, stronger from an energy perspective. This is what President Trump ran on. This is what Republican senators ran on. This is what Republican House members ran on. This is what was in our platform in Milwaukee, the Republican Party platform. Very similar to the Reagan 1984 platform. It's what the American people want. So, Mr. President, I am going to vote yes for the NDAA. Tomorrow when we vote on it, I want to commend Senator Reid and Senator Wicker for their hard work on this bill. It should have been brought up way earlier, but we need to do better. We need to do better. And I sure hope when we work on this bill again next year that who's ever doing the appeasing of China is no longer going to do that. No longer going to do that. We need to return to peace through strength. It's a dangerous world. And, Mr. President, with that, I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with. I ask unanimous consent the biennial report from the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights be printed in the record.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-3502. The Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-3502, a bill to amend the Fair Credit Reporting Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the Reed-Haggerty substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. Excuse me. The bill is amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9566, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 9566, an act to require government-wide source code sharing and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 549S4181.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 549S4181, a bill to require the development of a workforce plan for the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the Peters Amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The committee reported substitute as amended be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 550, S4654.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 550S4654, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act and so forth for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-1299, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S1299, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the Cornyn substitute amendment be at the desk be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S5575 introduced earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S5575, a bill to designate the Patsy Kreitz Forest.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I further ask the bill be considered read three times and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S5130, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S5130, a bill to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S1144, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report.
S1144, a bill to establish a grant program to provide assistance to local law enforcement agencies and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, The Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the Cortez Masto substitute amendment at the desk be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 663, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 663, an act to amend the Indian Child Protection and Family Violence Prevention Act.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 553S3022.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 553S3022, a bill to amend the Indian Health Care Improvement Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill as amended.
Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill as amended is passed.
I ask that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S5398. The Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S5398, a bill to authorize sentencing enhancements for certain criminal offenses directed by or coordinated with foreign governments.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 932, which is at the desk.
Clerk will report.
S-Res 932, designating the month of October 2024 as National Military Toxic Exposures Awareness Month.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, the motions to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
And finally, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent when the Senate completes its business today at recess until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, December 18th, and that all post-cloture time with respect to the House message be considered expired at 11:45. Further, that upon disposition of the House message, the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to Calendar 693 H.R. 82, and that the cloture motion with respect to the motion to proceed ripen at 2 p.m.
Without objection.
Oh, and that is House message with respect to H.R. 5009.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand in recess under the previous order.
The Senate stands in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow.